Hello, and welcome to WIGI's first ever tabletop adventures, where we play tabletop adventures. I'm Jen. I am the global partnerships person at Women in Games International, and we are here to kind of bring gaming and into everything. We do tabletop gaming, we do video gaming, we do esports. And so today we're doing a really, really amazing, fun adventure with our amazing DM. Kay, now I'll hand it over to you.
Hey, all. I am Kate Purcell. I'm a community manager currently working with Avalanche Studios Groups on Contraband, the newly announced IP. I also do tabletop gaming as a senior editor at Gaming Trends. So I write about D&D and stream a lot of D&D and make clicky clacky math rocks. And who would like to introduce themselves next? Sophie, I'm nominating you.
Hi, I'm Sophie. I am the community director for Donkey Crew. We're a small indie team based out of Poland, but I am in the US. And I'm going to be playing as Ozim. He is a barbarian and a big beefy boy.
And I forgot to mention, my pronouns are she, her, and my handle is KDamFear.
And my pronouns are also she, her. Ozim's are he, him. And my @ is @subatomic mints with a Z instead of an S at the end.
How about our Warlock goes next? Oh, Warlock already went. Bard.
Warlock already went.
I'm
The Bard
figuring
will
out
then.
who's where. Who's
The
where on the
Bard
screen?
will step into the spotlight. I'm Maggie, pronouns she, her, and my character is Thistle the Bard, also pronouns she, her. And I am co-founder of Lair, which is a women's gaming community. And I also am a doctor. I actually got my doctorate in business, but it was in gaming. So I am a doctor of gaming. Very excited to be here.
I love it. My name is Shannon. I am a social media manager at Epic Games by day and D&D fanatic for the rest of the time. I will be playing Misha, who shares pronouns with myself. We are both she, her, and my socials are all under Ockmorn. Good luck spelling it.
We will put it in the chat.
I love it.
Ultimate DM move. We'll put it in the chat. So thank you for watching. We are going to play a module which is originally from the Dungeons Masters Guild, but we have edited a little bit, and this is going to be a little bit more of a roleplay exploration adventure heavy module, but there will definitely be some fighting because Ozim needs to bonk some people. So with that, we are going to dive right into our adventure. Our adventure begins at the Moonstone Mask, a tavern which, oddly, hovers above the city of Neverwinter. The streets below the Moonstone Mask are never quiet, but as you chat idly over your drinks, you suddenly notice that the tone of the distant shouts and calls in the streets begin to shift. You don't think much of it, as this really fantastic tavern, well, you've all felt called to it for your own reasons, which you can elaborate on if you choose. It's a beautiful upper-class tavern, which is known for wonderful drinks, immaculate finger foods. The far wall has a comfortable fire which burns low and plush chairs around it, as well as tables and bar stools against the wall. And of course, the necessary stools at the bar for those of you who simply wish to get lost in your drinks. So as our four adventurers settle into this tavern, can you describe what the other players see and where in this bar you think you'll find yourselves?
I will start walking through the bar, and you will notice that she is human, average height. She's wearing, very light leather armor with some silver accents to it. Black, long hair, very fair skin, silver eyes. She carries musical instruments. And as I walk through, I'm really looking around because I'm looking to see if anyone's looking for some entertainment. I have my flute, I have my voice, and I'm actually looking for a gig. So if anyone is looking for some song or some stories, I'm happy to oblige.
We love a woman who's all about the self-promotion and the hustle. How about this duo?
So Misha and Ozim are sitting at the bar. Ozim is flirting relentlessly with the barkeep, as he likes to do. Ozim is about 7'5", a tiefling. He's big, he's beefy, he is the definition of a himbo. He has rich, dark gray, blue, warm skin, some horns, some white hair that's shaved on the sides. He doesn't like t-shirts. So he's just got his... he doesn't, yeah, he's just got his nice big leather straps for his pauldrons on, and you notice that he prominently displays a thing of silk rope around him. You're not quite sure why, but you'll find out.
They will. So sitting next to Ozim is going to be Misha, who at first glance you would be like, why is this toddler sitting at the bar? Because she's about 3 feet tall. Misha is a fairy with ash blonde hair that kind of goes ombre to like green at the tips. She's very pale, and she has very bright, vibrant green eyes. She's got little like kind of miniature stag horns coming out of her hair, which is rather unkempt. And the first thing you'd probably notice is that across her back are a pair of her-sized moth wings. She is currently passing the time while her friend is flirting relentlessly by just people watching, taking tabs on what everyone in the bar is doing, looking very fascinated at like some old man in the corner who's playing cards, like trying to guess what it is exactly that he's playing and how she might be able to go over there and cheat him out of some money or something.
Ozim is always keeping tabs on Misha, by the way. Like, he's constantly glancing at her just to make sure she's still there.
For reasons.
So Atala is kind of sitting in the corner of the bar, just lost in her own thoughts. She has like a hood up kind of over her face. She's human, but you can't really see what she's doing. You keep hearing whispers coming from her though. It almost sounds like she's like talking to herself, but not to herself. She's definitely talking to somebody else, and just kind of lost in her drink, kind of just thinking about what her next move might be and mumbling to herself in the corner.
Time is passing pleasantly in this cozy little tavern. And no sooner has the bartender finally leaned in to talk to Ozim, saying, well now, I know you're just trying to get some drinks from me. And normally it'd be fine, but my boss says when there's suddenly a scream, and this isn't just the normal kind of scream that happens out on the streets when someone gets spooked. It's followed by another, and then another. And cries of panic and fear and shrill screams arise from all around you outside the tavern. What do you want to do?
I'll run to, is there a window that I can look out of?
This tavern is known for its incredible views. So there are many windows, and as soon as you look out, you see someone pointing towards the sky.
Misha turns to Ozzy immediately. She's like, I didn't do it.
Osmond just kind of nods at Mish, like just one-handed picks her up and puts her on his shoulder and walks over towards the windows.
So, Atala's gonna like chug the rest of her drink, let out a really big sigh, and just throw her cloak up a little bit more, and then walk also to the window.
So you peer out and you see, well, it's kind of a cloud, but it wasn't there before. But it's not just a cloud, it's a very badly damaged tower that seems to be perched in the cloud. Even from this distance, it's possible to pick out the gaping holes in the masonry that would have caused a traditional building to collapse a long time ago. What's more worrying is that the tower isn't floating, it's falling. And while it's not a very rapid descent, it's falling fast enough that it is going to strike the heart of Neverwinter and will likely leave a massive crater in the ground. There is chaos outside. People are screaming and pointing, and no one seems to know what to do.
Based on how quickly it's falling, is there a way to estimate how long it's going to take before it makes impact?
I mean, you're on the ground. It's hard to tell. This isn't like the meteor falling in Final Fantasy VII, right? It's going to be hours or days.
I will start to sing a calming song to try to help people to remain calm.
Osm laughs. He doesn't mean to, but he laughs. Like he tries
Misha's
really
smiling.
hard.
Misha's smiling, but she means it. She seems oddly comfortable in all of this chaos. She's kind of just like, oh, this is new.
Atala
I
just
rolled a
like,
26 for the calming song for
Nice.
before.
Those
Osm
around you-
immediately stops laughing.
people around you do seem to start like relaxing a little, but there's still that panic behind their eyes. What's Atala doing?
Atala is kind of feeling the music a little bit, and then, but doesn't want to get too lost in it because she knows then she'll just be there forever. So she kind of shakes her head out of it and looks over and is like, is now really the time to be calming everybody with this happening right now? Maybe we should be figuring out what's going on, perhaps?
I think that's a good idea, but I think that it's best to make decisions while calm versus panicked. But that's a great point. Does anybody have any idea what's going on?
Not me.
It just appeared. This woman who comes running up, there's a long, overly wide rope drawbridge that leads here. And it's made to kind of look fantastical and flimsy and kind of be an exciting journey, but this is a really steady, magically reinforced rope bridge. You all know this. You walked across it in. It's wide enough to have 2 carriages. This woman comes running up. It just appeared. It came out. And around you, the streets are starting to fill with carriages and horses and people on foot. People are getting trampled. And no sooner do you start to realize this than a giant chunk of masonry falls from the tower, falls to the ground, and you hear a and more screams in the distance.
Did anybody actually see it appear? Did anybody see where it came from? Did it just appear out of nowhere?
She starts to answer, but she gets distracted because behind her, with a weird clickety clankety clickety clank, this strange cogwork carriage that's like moving on mechanical legs, almost like Howl's Moving Castle-esque, comes clattering up across the drawbridge, or across the rope bridge. A middle-aged human woman in fine clothing emerges. And after she does, she steps out and kind of very calmly assesses the situation and looks at everyone gathered outside the tavern. And behind her, a small gnome with a bushy beard and a bald head climbs out, lugging a huge clanking sack. He starts digging in the sack and assembling some things, completely, seemingly oblivious from this falling monstrosity in the sky. The woman calmly surveys you all one more time and pulls out a parchment. In a loud, ringing voice, she says, "Let it be known that I, Belfry Evancott, steward of Dalgert Neverwinter, Lord Protector of Neverwinter, do hereby indenture into service the following persons." And she points to Ozem. "What is your name?"
Who's asking?
"Belfry Evancott, steward of Dalk Neverwinter, Lord Protector of Neverwinter."
And?
Would you kindly just give me your name?
Fine. It's Ozem. Ozem Sticks.
Ozem Sticks. And you, and she points to Mishka.
That's my sister.
Sister.
And her name?
Misha.
Misha. And points to Thistlin.
I'll do a little twirl and say, I am Thistlein.
She looks pleased. Thistlin. And you, with the cloak.
Tala.
Tala. Do I indenture into his service these 4 adventurers with immediate effect. Those named are charged with the task of preventing the building known as Skyhold Tower from impacting the city of Neverwinter, even at the cost of their own lives. In return for this service,
Excuse me?
you will all
Whoa,
receive a gift of 500 gold pieces each to be paid from the treasury of Neverwinter.
You think 500 gold is enough for this?
That's,
And I would like
mean,
you all to roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no.
Here we go. Natural 20, and I'm not making that up.
Be a 19.
19.
14.
Atala, you feel compelled to help this. This is what you should do.
Okay, fine.
And she kind of looks you all over to see how we're all behaving.
We might as well save the tower. I mean,
As you say this, the little gnome kind of elbows you and says, "Hey, can you hand me that? There's a wrench in the sack. Can you just hand it to me?" And he's like assembling some weird 3-legged contraption over. Just hand it. I'm working here. Can you help me? Just give me the thing, please.
are you talking to me?
No, the other person standing where you are.
Okay, fine. I didn't know my work started right now, but okay. And so she grabs the thing and gives it to him.
He goes back to work assembling this weird thing.
I think we all demand a little bit of payment up front. If this is how this is gonna go, we expect at least half of the payment first.
Is it 500 gold pieces per person?
I
or
like
total?
I like this one.
As I said, if you all would listen instead of speaking over me, it is
I will not.
500 gold pieces each.
Still
I do
not
not
enough.
carry around sums of money on my. Well,
You should.
What happens if the tower falls?
if the tower falls, then thousands will perish. I am sorry for the use of magic. I'm sure you can understand the urgency in the situation. And she turns and motions to the streets behind you, which are clogged with people. We don't know where this tower is coming down. You all seem the most capable adventurers I could find. Please help us.
I'm in. 500 gold pieces is more than for the performances pay me, and I'm in.
Ozem is slowly taking the silk rope off of his shoulder and starting to like wrap it around Misha to make like a leash backpack like you see on the kids at Disney World. And like slowly but surely creating like a little
He's like
harness.
fidgeting as he's doing it, like.
And then he's just like, I mean, money's money. And I can't let her go off on her own. You don't want to know what happens if I do that. So sorry,
Falling
Mish.
from the sky. Yeah, it's fun to explore. No promises on the whole dying for you thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta
Let's
talk
hope
about
it does
that.
not come to that. Let's hope it does not come to that. Thank you all for saying reason. So I'm going to be sending with you Gimbal, and you see the little gnome go like, "Don't talk to me, I'm not done yet." And he's like cranking together this thing, which is slowly getting larger and larger.
Tala's backing away slowly.
Time is short. The longer we spend here, the less time we have to right whatever is wrong. What we know is that this is a tower called Skyhold Tower. It has not been seen in 100 years. We need you to discover why it has reappeared and how to stop it from falling. Gimbal is an expert, not alchemist, is an expert artificer and should be able to reverse any technological. A few of you, part of why I chose you, seem to be magic users. I'm sure some of you can explore the tower, stop it from falling. You will be paid well and be considered heroes of the city. And she again glances towards the tower, towards the sky. Are there any further questions?
Do you know how to get up there?
I'm working on it. The little gnome like waves you off as he's like clacking more things together, and she kind of looks at him and like, he's like that.
Little one,
She
are you
laughs
making
and
a
she's like-
catapult?
Do you think you could fit in any catapult I
I
could
was
build
about
out of
to
this
say,
sack?
you gotta make sure that this is gonna work.
You can't even come up to your knee.
As people are talking about like how we're gonna get up there, like Misha starts to like fly upwards, and now it's like Ozem's got a balloon going on.
He's yanking her back down.
Oh.
What I can tell you is that while the tower is not falling as fast as it could be, Gimbal has informed me that its rate of descent is increasing, so time is of the essence. Thank you again. I'll be waiting for your safe return. She doesn't sound as confident when she says that as you wish she would. Right about then, Gimbal clicks one lat into place and says, "Okay, everyone. And he's got this weird, it looks like a telescope, but there's 5 different eyepieces going around. Okay, everyone. Okay, sorry, big guy. You're gonna have to bend down. I'm on my toes. You're gonna have to bend down. It's just how it is. Everyone, look. Pick an eyepiece. Look in. Look in.
I'll do it.
Okay.
So he waits for everyone to come in, and it does seem to be a telescope, and it's focused on the tower.
Yes,
You
it's a
can
tower.
see it is in a pretty bad state of repair. It looks worse up close, but it's still kind of fuzzy. The image is not quite clear. And Gimbal, and he gives it a smack, and you hear something click into place, and suddenly it's crystal clear. You can see this as if you're looking at it. And all of a sudden you feel as if your body has been pulled instantly forward while your stomach stays back outside of the tavern. There's a
Ozem lets
brief,
out an unusually high-pitched scream.
as he should. There's a brief lurching sensation and a rush of cold air. And you find yourself standing in front of a tall, crumbling tower that stretches up into a clear, cloudless blue sky. The sky is cloudless because you're above the clouds. In fact, you're standing on a cloud. The years have not been kind to Skyhold Tower, and huge areas of the plasterwork have peeled away to reveal the dirty gray stone beneath. Fortunately, the ground beneath your feet seems to be holding together pretty well. Snow white and soft and springy as moss, the only flaws in the cloud are where it's dotted with chunks of fallen masonry. A winding strand of cloud stuff has been smoothed out in a winding road up to a pair of double doors at the front of the tower. Beyond you is a sheer drop with no wall or barrier. The land seems impossibly far away, but it's not as cold as it seems it should be. Gimbal kind of, I hate that. Okay, so we're here. Do you all know what to do? I wasn't paying attention.
You were.
Ozum gives him like fucking dagger eyes, like.
No, I know we're supposed to go into the tower. You're supposed to escort me up so I can find what's broken and fix it. Be clear?
Got it.
Escort mission. Great.
I'll start
If
moving.
my
towards
nipples
the door.
cut through the leather of my straps, I'm gonna be pissed. It's colder up here than I thought it was gonna be.
As they're like walking forward or whatever, Misha is gonna like turn to Ozum snidely and be like, I feel like this is what you get when you call it a Skyhold Tower. It's not being held anymore.
Ozum sighs
funny.
and just like wraps the rope around his waist and ties it in a knot, just so that she doesn't
like-
wander off too far, because it's too many feet on that rope for his liking.
So, do you all approach the front door of the tower? What's the plan? What are you doing?
I mean, I'll go first if you want.
I'll follow you.
Okay. Ozum just kind of like lets out
I don't
another
have an
sigh.
option.
Yeah, Niche, so sorry. You're coming with me whether you want to or not, and don't try anything. I have the bottle. Don't make me use it.
You're no fun.
No, I'm not. Not when money is involved, okay? Well, sometimes when money's involved. But let's do this, all right? And he'll walk up, open the door. Or, can I do a check? A perception roll? Yeah, perception, something.
So, the front door is made of faded oak planks with a tarnished brass door handle. You want to check at the traps, or are you checking to see if it's locked? What you doing? you knocking,
Misha
or are you just-
would cast find traps.
Okay.
Yes.
You do not feel any traps, though. Behind, how far is your range on find traps?
120 feet.
So,
But it has to be within line of sight, and all she can see is the door right now.
well, behind you, there does seem to be a trap at the far end of the road, the opposite way to which you came. So apparently they don't want people landing on that end of the cloud. It's kind of your feeling of things.
Can he just do...
Stay away from that way.
Wasn't gonna go near there unless I was being forced.
Or if there's a pretty girl.
It could be pretty
boy.
anybody. Pretty anybody. Let's
Sheep.
be real. A sheep. That was one time. It was one time. It was a mistake.
Never gonna let you live down.
I know you won't. Could I do like a general perception roll? Just
Give me a
That's it.
perception.
Vibe check.
D20. Yeah, vibe check. It's D20, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And I have.
Anyone newer to D&D, generally, we say, give me a roll. You're going to roll a D20 and add what your modifier is. When in doubt, roll the D20, the D&D cheat.
Mm.
A 6.
6?
And that's with my modifier.
Looks like a door.
Oh, we love doors.
Can I roll an investigation check on the door?
Roll an investigation check.
16.
This door hasn't been touched in a long time. They're oak planks. They're faded. The brass handle is like kind of corroded over. It's been so long since anyone's even touched it. It's kind of lost some of its coloration. Does not appear to be locked.
May I detect magic within the radius to see if there's anything magical?
Remind me, does detect magic do a straight up area, or does partial cover or cover?
It is my handy dandy spell cards. I gotta do a call out for that. It can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone.
Okay. So first off, you're a little blinded because this entire tower is magical AF. What's the range on it?
30 feet.
30 feet. You can feel there's a magic in the air extending beyond the 30 feet, which is part of, you assume, why it's not as cold out here as it should be. There's some kind of magical barrier that's keeping this part of the tower warmer and safe. You are blocked by most of the stone. You can feel through the door, and you feel magic radiating from within. But nothing attached to the door.
Okay, I'll communicate that to everyone so that they're aware of the magical essence of this area. But the door seems okay. Does anybody want to be brave and...
At this point, Misha's getting bored and she's just like going for it.
Ozem is tugging her back and being like, no, not you. I was made this big for a reason. Let me handle this. And he just kind of huffs up and yanks.
The door opens.
If it's a push door and not a pull door, that would be better.
We're gonna say it is just because it's funny, so it takes a second try to get it open.
No. It does not take a second try. He really tries to pull open the push door. He really is going for it.
You hear the smacking of a palm against a forehead as Gimbal is going, what manner of chuckle fucks am I up here with?
Yeah.
His charisma's not very high, y'all. You're gonna have to forgive him. But eventually, because we're not gonna spend a Vox Machina 30 more minutes on this door, the door opens with a long creak. And inside, this is an extraordinary tower, and you feel like the entrance to it should be remarkable, but it's actually rather mundane. There's a flagstone floor and peeling plaster on the walls. It smells damp, with the odor not helped by a long dead plant that's sitting on a side table. In the far corner, a musty traveler's cloak dangles from a tall coat rack, and next to that is a set of double doors that's partially open. You all are free to enter.
I'm gonna go pluck the leaves off of the dead plant and like shove them in her pack.
A couple of them kind of crumble away, but you get a couple. You're good. You can add dried leaves to your inventory.
Let me take a look at the cloak. Is there anything interesting about it?
Would you like to roll me an inspection?
I will.
Investigation?
Investigation. That is 14 plus 18 with my modifier.
Tucked within, you find in one pocket there is a key ring. On it is a large iron key and a small gold key. And with that investigation roll, you find a hidden pocket on the inside, which has 12 gold pieces tucked away.
Excellent. A large iron key and a small gold key, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And 12 gold pieces. Awesome. I will actually give two gold pieces to my other party members, because it's only fair that we found gold pieces, then we all So I'll give everybody 3 gold pieces.
He winks. Ozum winks at her.
We're all in this together.
He kind of looks you up and down, not in a salacious way or anything. He just he looks at you. He gives you a good old
I'll nod.
once over. He nods back.
Misha gives her coins to Ozzy because she is small and fairly light bone. She really can't carry a lot of coin. It kind of gets heavy.
Yeah.
Atala like reluctantly takes it, like isn't sure if it's a genuine kind of act or not, so she just quickly like is kind of like awkward and then just like shoves it in her cloak really quick and like nods and kind of just like stands there awkwardly.
She's one of those.
And so there's the doors that are slightly open.
Hmm?
How far away are they?
It's a 10-foot chamber. It's not very big. This
Okay.
is clearly a place to receive people, and then the main room is going to be beyond those doors.
Okay, so Ozzy's just gonna he'll wander on over, he'll try to look through the space in the door first.
Light filters in through broken windows. Several suits of ornate armor flank a far wall, and a red carpeted staircase rises. The stairs split at a landing where a small portrait of a white-haired human hangs upon the wall. Beyond
Hey,
that,
we
the room is
match.
quiet and empty.
Can you do an investigation roll?
I'm just going to tell you, just walk into the room.
Just walk in.
Just walk in.
I swear to God, Kay, if anything happens.
Those of you who don't know, I played with Sophie before, and it was a very tricksy, trap-filled house.
Ozum was a rogue then and mage-handed everything on site, so now I can't do that. I'm a little bit more wary. Yeah, he'll just open up the doors.
You see a warm little reception room. There's not a lot here, but clearly it's intended to be led up into whatever chambers rise above you. The carpet is plush and warm red. And, Mishka, you swear that portrait blinks. But it's out of the corner of your eye, and you don't see it after a moment.
It doesn't do anything else.
Doesn't seem to.
Can I roll a history check to see if I know anything about the figure in the painting?
Well, you can roll a history check, or you can roll an investigation, because there is a plaque hanging underneath that, but you're going to have to get a little closer to it to read it. So your call.
I rolled a 1.
Well, the good news is there's a plaque, and you can read.
Yay. So I'll go and attempt to read it. Hopefully it's not in another language I can't read.
It's in common. I really hope you can read common.
Yes.
And it says, Lord Frender, Lord and Master of Skyhold.
So he's the guy. Okay.
And the portrait says, yep, that's me. Did you just invite yourself in?
Excuse me, it's talking.
Yes, of course I'm talking.
Of course.
Of course I'm talking. Haven't you ever been to a wizard's tower before? We have talking portraits everywhere. It's how we handle guests.
Really
What
can't
if
say
I have
I
handled
have
reception?
been in a place like this before. First time. Any tips? There was no Yelp reviews for this place, so I could really use some, what are the must-sees, must-dos?
Well-
Anything?
First off, you could explain why you just barged into my tower uninvited.
Awfully uppity for someone whose tower is falling through the sky.
We were kind of
Yeah.
invited.
Well, yes, I've been trying to fix that, but I'm kind of stuck here, so I can't really fix it.
Are you not supposed to be in that painting?
No, I am, but my apprentice, or the Holby's apprentice, hasn't come down to inform me of what's going on in 100 years or so. It's
100
very
years.
inconvenient.
So this tower has been falling for 100 years already? You said that you're trying to fix this.
I don't know how long it's been falling. I just know it's been a problem for the past 50 years or so.
Okay, well now it's a really big problem. Yeah. You're gunning to kill quite a couple people, and that's kind of why we barged on in here, because we don't really like that.
It's not me. I've got no. I'm just the receptionist.
I thought you were the Lord.
And Master.
I'm a piece of the Lord. He took a fragment of himself and made me so that I could handle some of his affairs while he was busy doing other things.
But you know how to fix it.
I built this castle. I know how to fix it. I need to get up to the control room to fix it.
How many pieces are there?
I was the first he made. I don't know what he's done since he made me. Just the receptionist.
Thought you said you were Lord and Master.
I'm a piece of the Lord and Master.
I hear when you get past 7, it starts to get kind of.
So
I don't like you.
I'm kind of getting the same vibe. I'm with you. I don't really like the painting either.
Tali, you feel a tug at the back of your cloak? You wearing a cloak?
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
like him
sorry.
either.
Yeah.
I don't like him either, but he might actually be useful. Gimbal says. We do need to get up to the control room, and if he knows where it is, that might make this easier.
Forgetting the gnome is here.
Yeah.
So, can we...
Well, that's just racist.
Don't touch
Ozum
me.
goes and, like, lifts the painting off the wall.
Ooh, oh, yes, be careful with me, please. Yes, that's a good idea. I'm glad I thought of it. You should take me up with you.
What happens if this painting gets hurt?
You should not do that. It will end very badly for you.
In what sense? I've had some bad endings before. They're not always that bad.
DM is not going to break face.
I have a feeling that the Lord might actually be able to help us. So if we are able to maybe pull the pieces together, might be able to help us fix what's going on.
The receptionist?
And you said he hasn't told you what's going on in about 100 years. Is he another part of this collective
How many are
Lord
you?
and Master? How many are there? 36, counted them myself.
There was only
Sorry.
one. There was only one Frander. He put a little. Imagine if you put your finger and put it under a microscope. That's what he did with me. I'm a little living piece of him, but there's only one of him. I just haven't seen him in a very long time.
So how many are there? Of you?
Well, I'm frustrated. I don't know what he does in his free time. He hasn't spoken to me.
He didn't
Not a
tell
very
you?
useful receptionist.
Like, seriously. Were you the first model?
I was the first created. I don't know how many receptionists.
Ah, so you're the beta. Got it.
A pre-alpha maybe?
Perhaps you should simply put me back on the wall. Don't make me some of the gods.
Nah, you're gonna come with us.
You can do that? How can you do that?
He weaves his finger slightly,
I didn't mean do it. I'm just asking
Yeah,
how.
no.
and the 4 sets of armor start to rattle slightly.
I'm never asking a question again.
They don't come alive yet, but there's definitely a rattle in the armor. All right, look. Let's start over. I would like to find out what happened to Frander Prime. You would like the tower to not fall. Why don't we work together, and I can tell you about the tower as we ascend.
You're
How big is this painting?
carry you?
About 1 by 2 feet.
Oh, so easy peasy. Yeah, Ozen's
Yeah.
just tucking it under his arm.
Mind the face, please. Please.
No, you're gonna get a nice look right at this chest, my friend.
All right, if you insist.
He winks at the painting. He
Gimble's just like, okay, can I remind you that we're falling? Can we just keep going, please?
You need to relax a little bit, little man.
Yeah, I agree.
Weren't
you
you
talked
the-
big for a painting.
Before you tuck him away, we should ask him where the control room is.
He can still talk. I'm literally just carrying him like a kid.
Control room.
It's up. It's on the 12th floor, the 10th floor. It's up. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
So I'm
Be on our way.
gonna assume that since you've been in this painting for a while, and since you don't seem to know anything else of use, I'll still ask, because it seems like the right thing to do. Are there any traps we should know about as we head up these stairs to the top of the tower?
Well, I mean, there are certainly traps along. I've mostly been stuck here, but this staircase is not trapped, unless you want me to summon the armor.
Why do you keep saying that?
Can you summon them to help us?
Yeah, why didn't
They're-
they fix
They
the
don't
tower?
leave this floor. There's
What?
security.
That's useless.
It's not useless
Lizards
to
are
me.
dumb.
I'd upgrade your security.
Okay.
I'm so glad that you all who came to aid us in our time of need.
We didn't want.
No, right?
You said you've had 50 years to try to figure this out, and you've done jack shit, dude. So
I have spent 50
here we
years
are.
in a portrait.
And
Shall
whose
we
fault
say-
is
Asia gets
that?
bored and starts wandering up the staircase.
Tala's just gonna keep
Doesn't even
walking
bother
too.
trying to yank her back. He lets her
She's
go.
just making her way downtown.
The staircase leads up to a lounge, which is warm and filled with the aroma of wood smoke. A thick carpet coats the floor, and a fire crackles away next to a hearth set in the far wall. Beside that is a torn and shriveled armchair. It's quite the contrast. A large drinks cabinet flanks the other side of the fire. In the center of the room is a staircase made from dull silver metal, which spirals around a narrow pillar up and through the ceiling.
I want to take a look at the chair.
Roll me an investigation.
I'm just gonna go stare at the fire.
11.
This chair, it looks like it was actually once very plush and comfortable. It also looks like it was reupholstered sometime, but then it's been 100 years since anyone's used this chair. It's in a really sad, ripped state.
Is there anything in it or around it, or if I sit in it?
You sit in it, you kind of get partway down and then pop back up because it feels like it'll give. It's not very sturdy. Doesn't seem to be anything hidden inside it.
Okay.
Anything of note, dear portrait?
This is the lounge. There's
So we should keep going.
Keep going up.
not much here, unless you
All
care
right.
for a drink.
No, unfortunately, I'm not in the mood.
So you all start up the stairs.
Can I do an
And-
investigation check?
Roll me a check. I have traumatized this poor woman, y'all.
I'm so curious of the other campaign that is happening.
It's like every 2
It was
feet.
a lot. It was so much. It was so much.
4 rogues and a sorcerer breaking into the most powerful magic user's house in a heist. So
I feel like Oz should also be used to the fact that, like, with Misha's passive, like, insight, she kind of picks up on weird shit most of the time before he gets himself into trouble.
And Misha's just the embodiment of chaos sometimes, so he's
That's
learned to
true.
be a little bit careful. I rolled a 20, not nat.
So this place is warm and wood smoky and welcoming, but you get about, especially with your height, you get about 3 steps up that staircase and the air starts getting moist and heavy. And as you ascend the stairs, the air becomes more and more damp and warm. And by the time you step into the room, you are wrapped in a cloud of billowing steam. In fact, it's even kind of hard to see in here.
Is it only
So-
at a certain height, or is it like
Inside
the
this
whole
room, it
room?
is floor to ceiling, billowing white clouds, which make it hard to see. But you make out a small room with slick, like dewy floorboards. There's a door to your right with a glass plaque overhead, which reads Fire Control Room, and a similar door to your left, which reads Water Control Room. Thick copper pipes are everywhere, emerging and disappearing into the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. And one of the pipes, directly in front of you, but kind of to your right, has a giant split in it and is spurting a geyser of hot steam.
Tala's gonna take her cloak, like she's gonna like lower her hood and kind of like pack her cloak up to her fanny pack that she has.
Respect the fanny pack game.
Yeah.
Ozum has some extra leather strap on him that he takes off and will wrap around the pipe to use.
So as soon as Ozum gets within 5 feet of the pipe, you hear a small and a tiny little shape forms out of the steam and attacks you. I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh boy.
So give me 25 to 20.
23.
Okay. 15 to 20, that's how numbers work. No, okay. Let's do 10 to 15.
13.
13.
11.
What's your dex modifier?
My dex is +2, 15.
Okay, so what was Ozum's?
For initiative, it's 15.
15. And then Atala?
13.
Oh, you as well.
Mm-hmm.
What's your dex modifier?
1.
1? Okay.
Surprisingly rolling well today.
Okay. So, no sooner does this little cackling creature, it almost looks like this almost fairy-like body made out of steam with a large nose and huge dark purple eyes. It's got billowing little wings, and somehow, even though its fingertips are wispy, they're clawed. 1 and then 2 pop out of this crack and cackle. They are within 5 feet of Ozum. The rest of you are a little bit further back, and it is Misha's go.
First things first, would Nisha recognize what these are? You said they're Fae.
They
Or Fae-like.
These are elemental, not necessarily Fae. So
Okay.
I don't know your relationship to elemental because this is
No,
a one-shot.
she's from the Feywilds, but I don't think she'd like specifically know.
It probably feels a little like bit of a betrayal that
Yeah,
something
she's
that's
like-
kind of like-ish you is attacking your friend. That's very rude.
So, how far away is she from whichever one is closest to Oz?
I imagine you're sticking pretty close to Oz.
Yeah, usually
So
within.
everyone can move, you're probably 10 feet back. You can move back further. The room is about 30 feet.
Okay.
Correction, the room's about 20 feet. This is a smaller because there's other rooms.
She is going to use her bonus action to apply poison to her fingertips, and as she's doing it, they are lengthening and becoming claws. And she is going to attack with the Primal Savagery cantrip.
And is that a roll or a save for me?
So roll, that's gonna be a 19.
A 19 hits.
Okay, so that's going to be, so.
And I'm going to assume you're hitting the one on the left, and we're just going to call that A.
Sure, yeah. So that is, yeah. I haven't used these in a while. So that is going to be 15 points of damage for the hit, and then the poison damage. So they have to succeed on a Constitution save DC 14, or take additional poison damage.
I am going to say that she rips into them, and while it feels like the poison should take, just
nothing.
Doesn't seem to. It's very strange. It's really annoying.
She like bares her teeth at them, like.
It's like right back at you. Ozum. Your tiny little friend has smacked this one to your left, and it's looking really angry, but it's kind of like having trouble like staying in the air.
And there's the one that's right in front of me too, right? Or is this
one that's right in front of you, and there's one kind of off to your right.
He's gonna punch the one right in front of him.
Okay.
Because he has an unarmed strike.
Roll me your attack.
All right. An 18.
18. 18 hits.
Okay. And that's for... Oh, wait. I'm still relatively new to this, so I have questions all the time. Chat, so... the hit is +6, and the damage is just 4, I think.
With your unarmed strike, because you're a barbarian, does it say you get to add your proficiency bonus? Hold on, I have your sheet. Hold on.
Yeah. My strength modifier is so it's a 21 with the strength modifier.
Yeah, I believe...
It deals bludgeoning damage equal to 1 plus my strength modifier. So yeah, it's 4.
Okay. So you smack this little thing, and it's really a weird feeling because you literally punch kind of a wet cloud. And it
kind of makes
damage. Yeah, and it's like when it doesn't like it at all, but it's
neither of them did.
Hanging in there, and it's like kind of fading in and out. We have a question from chat, and this is a question I'm actually going to give you all, because the question from chat is, are we using flanking rules? So for flanking, if two of you get exactly opposite a creature, you can have advantage on the attack. Now, if we decide to use flanking, I get to use it against you as well. So that's something to keep in mind. It is a little bit more difficult to do flanking with Theater of the Mind because we don't have figurines and maps to figure out where everyone is. So I will leave it up to you all if you would like to fight with flanking or not. I am fine either way.
Doesn't matter to me.
I have a feeling this is going to come back to bite us, so I'm inclined to say no. Especially given how paranoid Ozan is.
Without a map, I think
No.
probably not. Normally
Flanking
I'm
is much
super
more
down for
difficult without
flanking
a
because
map.
I like that kind of combat, but
Yeah.
unless we got a map,
Yeah,
we'd just be
it's much more
asking the
difficult
DM
for you
all
to
night,
learn.
like, are we flanking? Are we flanking?
No, you're
Are we flanking yet?
flanking. No, I
Are we
would not do that. But okay, so we will proceed without flanking rolls. So Warlock should remember that Eldritch Blast does damage and pushes, which can be useful for managing melee combat targets.
Ooh.
Pro tip from chat.
Ooh.
Okay, Preslin.
I will move and attack with my rapier.
Your rapier. Are you attacking A, which is kind of flickering in and out, barely hanging on, or B, which is still just like, and looks like it's about to try and take a big old swipe?
I'm going to go for the one that's going to take a swipe.
Okay.
Man, I'm the worst roller. I wasted my natural 20 on like that first wisdom check. Yeah, that would be a 7.
7 doesn't quite hit. You like swing for it and it's made out of steam, and it really is annoying that Ozum punched it. This didn't seem to work. That's really weird. You still have a bonus action. Is there anything you'd like to do with your bonus action?
I will start to sing Bardic Inspiration, so everyone else will get a bonus.
I think one person gets a bonus.
One person. Who's closest to me?
Probably Ozum is closest to you, but you're well within the range to give your Bardic Inspiration to anyone.
Okay, who's next in line?
Next in line is going to be Atala.
I will give Atala the bonus then.
I'm going to put you on the spot and ask, is there anything you sing, anything you say to inspire your teammate? You can tell me to go away and not do that.
I will do more of a Metallica-esque, we got this!
So inspired.
All right, Atala.
Atala is going to kind of assess the situation a little bit, sigh, and then she's going to use her Eldritch Blast on... It kind of looks like they've got that one a little bit.
Okay.
Like they've got that under control, and she doesn't want to mess with their flow or their groove or anything like that, so she's going to go after the other one.
Okay, so you're going after B, the one that's been swung and a miss?
Yeah.
Cool.
And, ooh, nat 20, 26.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
And then it's gonna take, okay, 1d10 force damage.
And do you all want to do roll twice, or do you want to do double damage on crits? So whatever you do, I do.
It doesn't matter to me. 5 for damage. No, that's not right. Hold on. Yeah, no, that is right, 5.
5 damage?
Yeah.
On the dice, or is that total?
On the
modifier?
dice.
The dice?
Oh, with my modifier, total.
Okay.
5.
Ozum, as our barbarian, when you crit, that's kind of when it really, really hurts. Do you want to, if you get a crit, do you want to roll twice, or do you want to just double the damage of whatever you roll?
Yeah, you pick.
What do you think is best? I'm fine with, I guess, double damage.
Double damage? Okay,
Yeah.
so what was your roll? Minus your, any pluses? What was on
Minus
the
the pluses, what was on the dice? 2.
What was on the dice? 2? So
Yeah.
you got 4 plus your modifier, which is...
4, 3, so 4, 5, 6, 7.
So you did 7 damage.
Okay.
Now I have to math. Hold on.
I did the Pythagorean
The
theorem
worst
one
part
time.
of DMing.
Yeah.
Math.
Really terrible.
So good.
Unhappy little sound and flaps its wings, and its B is going to take a swing at Ozum. It's going to make a claw attack at you and roll the natural 1. It takes a swing and just kind of like spins itself around and looks.
Ozum laughs.
It's really not happy, and that dice is leaving for now. And then A, who is just barely hanging on, is just making this desperate attempt, and it rolls a nat 20. So it is going to make as I drop my own dice. It does 4 points of slashing damage
To me?
plus to you,
Okay.
plus 2 points of fire damage. But as a tiefling, you're resistant, aren't you? So you take 1 point. So it slashes out, and even though this thing's barely hanging on, and even though it's like made of steel, like it rakes through you, and you can feel the sting of the heat of its little, almost not their claws, rip through you. And we're back to Misha.
Wait. Do I have an opportunity attack?
It hasn't moved out of your range.
Okay. Okay.
You might. You're a.
I've
tiefling,
hellish
right?
rebuke.
You
I've
can-
hellish
you can-
rebuke.
You can hellish rebuke it. Is that a save for me, or is that an attack for you?
It
I haven't
is.
played a tiefling in a hot minute. It's a charisma. I know that. I think I save.
It says. Oh, I'm looking.
It's when they attack, they. God, it's been a hot minute since I've
I have it open.
used that.
I can find it.
The
Hellish
creature's
It's a dex. It's a
damage-
dexterity saving
Yeah,
throw.
dex save throw, and then
Okay.
it takes 2d10 fire damage on a failed save.
It rolled a 10 plus 0. Is a 10 save?
No.
Okay.
And it's 3d10 for me. It's 3d10 damage.
Woof.
So, what do you yell at it?
Fuck off.
And it just somehow looks so wounded that you tell it to fuck off. And it's like, and it just
And
dissipates.
he winks. He says "fuck off," like really kind of like.
And it's just
Fuck
like,
off.
and you are left only with B.
Ozum stares directly at B, like.
And you said like this whole room is kind of like filled with steam, right?
Whole room is filled with steam, and there's more steam coming out of this crack in this pipe.
Oh, so Misha's having a bad time. Her moth wings are very sensitive to moisture. So like if she's damp right now, she knows that she like couldn't fly if she tried, and that's just gonna like piss her off. So she's not even gonna try to like be tactical or anything, just another like smack across this thing's face with her claws.
Roll me an attack.
I just realized I absolutely wasted that hellish rebuke. Oh no! I shouldn't have done that.
I mean, your turn is next, so you're getting your reaction back.
The 15
I only
hit?
get to use hellish rebuke once per long rest.
Go take a nap in the chair. Does a 15 hit the little miss
It
boy?
does. They're little wispy. They don't have a lot of.
So that will be 11.
11?
Yes. Oh god.
And it's starting to kind of flicker in and out. It's barely holding its form together. It's starting to dissolve into mist. Do you have a bonus action or?
Yeah, I think for her bonus action, she is going to cast Shillelagh on her quarterstaff.
And can you tell us what that does? I say as
So, basically, she's imbuing her quarterstaff with nature's power, so that the next time she uses it, and for an extended amount of time, it basically becomes more powerful. So,
beautiful. All right, and next up is Ozum.
He's like kicking himself right now.
Do you get a bonus action attack at your level yet as a barbarian?
Let's see, what does this boy get to do? Bonus actions, he has a frenzy attack and his rage. With frenzy, while in a frenzy, I can make a single melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of my turns after this one.
Yeah.
I should have done that at the beginning.
Let's go ahead and roll an attack for now. I just want to see how this goes.
He's gonna pull his great axe off of his back and actually use his weapon instead of his fists.
Once that happens, Misha's like giggling in the background.
And that is a 14.
14 hits.
Okay. And that is 1d12 plus 3.
You don't even have to roll for it.
Okay.
You dispatch it. And because this is a one shot and because I'm going to give you the Hellish Rebuke back and just say that you cleave through because this one had 3 hit points, the last one had 2 hit points. So I'm just going to say for funsies, Ozum, annoyed at these things, cleaves through both in one big swipe, and you still have the Hellish Rebuke.
Bless you.
It was really just a rebuke. It wasn't that hellish.
It was almost a flirt.
It was a little backhand. Just
yeah,
a little...
it was almost a flirt. So
an unenthusiastic rebuke.
So we are now out of initiative. However, steam still pours from this geyser. There are still 2 closed doors to either side, and we're still in a very moist, hot room. It is not a nice place.
Can he wrap his thing around the pipe like he was initially going to?
So first, I'm going to need you, because you are dealing directly with this pipe, I'm going to need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
That is a 19.
Not a problem. You're fire resistant.
Beefy
you
boy.
go to wrap this thing around. Roll me a dexterity sleight of hand check to wrap up this thing.
So is that just a regular?
Yeah, dexterity sleight of hand. It's third from the bottom.
Oh, yeah. That is 8.
So you get this thing wrapped around, and it like slips. It's not.
He's no finesse. It's okay.
Yeah, he's real strong, right? And he's squeezing this thing tight, but as he's squeezing it, right, he's not moving it in the right places. But coming from the crack, you hear a little, and you get the feel that if you don't close this up quick, you're going to have another fight.
Can you do a
assist?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he's holding it, can I go in and help tie it up?
Yeah. So roll me a dexterity sleight of hand.
Let's see, 23.
23. Without a problem. This big beefy boy has done most of the work. Once you elbow him out of the way, you can like wrap it up real nice and messy, and steam stops pouring and it starts to dissipate a little bit. And you're in a quiet room with 2 doors on either side and a stairway that continues up.
Well, that was horrible.
So are the doors locked on either side? I'll go to the one on the right and see if it's locked.
Does not appear to be locked. And good news, when you jiggle the handle, no traps go off.
No traps.
I'll open the door and see what happens.
So inside, you find another steamy room. So this one isn't quite as bad because there hasn't been a leak. There are pipes that are coming in once again from all over, and this seems to be a control room. There is a table, there's a chair in front of it, and there's a weird crystal box that's mounted on a pillow in front of one of the chairs. And it just, you don't even have to cast detect magic to know that there's something about the box that's magic.
Hey, Mr. Gnome, does any of this make any sense to you? Was this what you were expecting?
Gimbal kind of looks around and he's like, oh, well, it's steam power isn't unheard of. It's kind of an older technology that's not the most like stable, so we don't use it much because magic is much better. Magic and technology are awesome. Steam power just isn't cool. The steam might a leak or it might be making the tower fall if it's steam powered. I can't actually tell with this haphazard construction. It's not very gnomish if it's keeping the tower aloft. Maybe if you could stabilize it, it might fix it. Maybe. I don't know.
Ozum holds the portrait up and shows it around the room. Like, any explanation?
Yes, so we do use steam power within the tower to do some various things like heating. I don't think it has nothing to do with the bulb. And from the little bit of steam fog that's near the box, you hear it.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no.
Can we go, do we want to just close the door and pretend we didn't come in here?
That's what I mean. I don't.
I like that plan.
We just keep going up the stairs.
We'll close the door.
Very
Yeah.
wet. I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree.
So you slam the door and continue up the stairs. Where do I want to send you all next? How much time do we have?
Talia is very cautious. She doesn't like this place.
It's a fun place. You should like it.
She doesn't like wet
Ozum is starting to like do a light tap with each of his steps first before he puts his full weight down. Like he's starting to get a little hesitant.
I hope you'll believe me after this that I am not a mean DM.
He's
I hope I
just
can
a big
prove that to you
boy.
with this. He is.
He's just a big boy. This is not out of fear from the other one shot. This is just because he's a big boy and the tower is a little bit dilapidated and he doesn't. They're up in the sky. The boy doesn't know if he falls through, if he's just gonna keep falling. Like,
So
He's fallen through some places before.
you climb another thing and are about to check the door when Fortune says, "Oh no, nothing there. Keep going, keep going."
oh,
She
so
is
something.
pinned.
So something.
Misha opens the door.
It's an experiment room. Do you really want to fight the things that I don't even know what other me is working on? And you do hear an eerie.
Ozum tugs on the leash on Misha and just
She's like,
honey, maybe not.
you guys are so boring.
Oh,
Do you want the money? Do you want to live?
We don't want to give up our life for this.
Is there a crack under the door we can see what might be in there, or like a keyhole?
peek through the keyhole.
Can I peep?
Roll me a perception.
You don't notice, like, Ozum kind of grabs your collar a little bit, ready to, like, yank you back from the door as you peek into the keyhole.
12.
It's decently lit in there. And you do see what looks like, they're not bars, right? They're not cages, but they're what look to be glass tubes, huge, as big around as two people could easily fit in there. And one of them is definitely shattered.
I don't know how curious I am about that to go in there right now. What's the other
You
option?
feel Ozum tug on you a little bit. He's tugging on everyone, like,
Gimbal looks at the portrait and says, "So, is there anything in there that would keep this going?" "Oh, no, I teach you. The next floor, you're going to have to go across, but this one you could just continue up the stairway. Why are you making this more difficult? I'm telling you. Why don't you trust me?
I say let's keep going.
You continue up the stairs and emerge into a bright light and a gust of wind. The floor here is warped and cracked, save for a few jagged remnants. The walls are missing altogether, leaving the upper portion of the tower hanging in the air above you, completely unsupported. The only way up is a rope ladder, which dangles from some 30 feet above. About 20 feet from the stairwell, where you stand, is a large nest, 6 or 7 feet wide, and fashioned from scraps of furniture and thick tree branches. It stands about chest height to a human, so, you know, down here on Ozem.
But his knees, like not probably lower.
And there is a pile of bones stacked haphazardly nearby. The
All right, Ozem
portrait
picks
looks
up
up and
Misha
says,
and is holding the portrait like
She's like squirming as usual, like
you're not.
The portrait
No.
looks around and says, that's you're good avatar. Please. Thanks. Unacceptable thing.
Misha starts like poking the portrait.
He moves you out a little bit and like behind. Nest. Dear portrait. Bones.
That's new. I don't know what you think about that. This used to be the walls are gone.
Do you know anything?
Walls? Perception check.
How about the portrait rolls a perception check?
Yeah. It just seems
Gain a
like
little insight.
the portrait just keeps telling us it doesn't
I'm
know
just here-
anything.
I'm here to help. You're the adventurers.
So, just that I'm understanding the situation a little more, there's a ladder that's a little hard for us to reach right now.
Oh, you can reach the ladder.
Oh, we can
Um,
reach the ladder. Okay.
Between you and the nest is the ladder. And the ladder goes about 30 feet up to the bottom of the nest. Or up into it's not even a trapdoor, it's just a hole in the floor. About
Ozem's
20
gonna
feet away is a very big nest.
Ozem's gonna he's gonna lean the portrait down against his legs and use one of his hands to kind of give some cautionary tugs on that ladder, and then like lift himself with one arm just to see if it's gonna hold his weight. So you see his feet kind of like lifting up off the ground a little bit, just as a check, so that he doesn't.
Feels very solid. The little, it's also actually tied off on the ground so that even if there's a gust of wind, you're not going to go too far. You're not like free fall dangling. What was your perception check? Anyone who wants to roll perception.
Oh, anyone. Let's see.
Actually, I got a 20.
Nat or dirty?
Not natural.
Got a
Yeah.
1, so.
You hear kind of a scuttle, 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 and then
I rolled a 17.
this is a very deep.
And where's the sound coming from? Inside the nest?
Inside that nest.
Do we
Don't
just
look
want
in that nest.
Not it.
No one go look in that
No.
nest, please.
You're the tallest one. You'd probably have to go check it out.
The tallest.
Does it look like I want to go check it out?
I'll hold the painting.
While he's
Does it
distracted,
look like
Misha
I
is
want to
gonna
go
be like
check it out?
scurrying
I don't
up
know
the
your
ladder.
character. I don't know
Yeah.
your character.
Ozem puts his axe back on his back and pulls out a whip.
I'm here
That
for it.
escalated quickly.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
Silk rope and a whip. Mm.
Yes, Daddy.
And the game took a turn.
Symbol's like, I don't know what's going on here, but this is very strange. Like, we don't do this where I'm from.
So one of you is gonna hold the portrait.
I'll hold the portrait.
Misha's making her way up the ladder. She's like,
No.
perched.
Okay. If there's enough slack on that rope that can happen. Ozum's not gonna get that
50 feet.
close. Yeah, I tied you off a little bit, so you can't go the full 50 feet.
She said it's 30 feet, so if you tied me off like 10,
So-
20 feet, she can
I'm
still
seeing
make it like.
here. I'm seeing a theme here.
Here's the thing. About the same time that Nisha gets high enough and Ozum takes like 2 steps towards the nest, a little face pops over the nest. And it's
Ozum
round
cracks the whip, but not at the thing. He
and
just
it goes back down.
okay.
But then
Feisty.
from another part of the nest, another little face pops up.
He cracks it again.
You hear all at once 4 little overlapping, peepy, scared voices. And they echo.
Oh no.
Start
in the
climbing up the
distance-
ladder. Start
Yeah.
climbing up the ladder.
Where there's babies, there's a mama.
Go, go, go. Get up. We're going.
Everyone roll me an athletics check.
What?
We can peek in the nest from the ladder. Okay? I'm not doing this.
I got a 6.
Atala and I are going too far.
You two, like,
Your boy
tangled in
rolled
each
a nat
other.
1.
Oh, 18.
We're all
Well,
done.
here's the bad news. Your boy rolled a nat 1 and you're tied to him.
Oh.
So in this panic of these 4 voices screaming, you all scramble up the ladder, tangle up among yourselves, and you all end up in a heap on the ground.
No.
And Gimbal, oh, I need to roll for Gimbal. Gimbal is halfway up and is like, are they serious? And just keeps going.
Can Ozum roll an acrobatics to try to get out of this as quickly as possible? Like,
You all could just, I'm going to assume you're all just going to pop
Like,
up,
get-
rate yourselves.
Yes.
Don't touch
and
me.
fucking go. We're booking it.
Stop
We're booking it again.
Roll me athletics again.
I'm willing to do this until we get off that ladder.
There's
a 19. 19.
Okay.
I got a 7.
We're gonna
14.
I'm not
14.
athletic.
So, these, everyone is up the ladder halfway, except for Atala, who's still at the bottom, still struggling with this. It's moving a little bit, and you're just super not into this. It's just super not okay. And
I
you
grab her.
hear a much louder, bigger sound, and the beating of what have to be huge wings.
Ozum literally Ozum has
Mama's
2 sets
home.
of rope on him, believe it or not, and so he's going to hook himself against the ladder, take his other thing of rope, fucking lasso Atala.
grab the rope?
We're going.
You grab the rope,
We are going. No, he lassos.
but are you also?
Yeah.
Lasso.
No choice.
Cool. Roll me 1 more athletics. You're a beefy boy. You can do it. I believe you. And
This is
anyone
happening.
other than Ozum and Atala who would like to make a perception check, now would be the time.
It's a 15.
15. You lasso her, you wrap it around your beefy arm, and up you go.
We're going.
Yes.
22 perception.
She's semi-resistant though.
And Misha, you have never seen Ozum in a panic like this.
She thinks it's
And-
hilarious.
When
Of course
Misha
it
Funny.
goes down, within the nest, she sees 4 terrified baby griffins, fluffy and brown with little bitty pin feathers, looking up at you, crying in confusion. And you scramble up just as you see a huge griffin with a 9-foot wingspan swoop around, and you crawl up into the next floor and escape.
I'm not your mama. I gotta go. I'm daddy. I gotta go. Like we're going.
Daddy's going. Daddy is
Daddy
not here to
needs to-
play today.
Daddy needs to go pick up a pack of smokes from the corner store.
I gotta go return some videotapes.
Yes.
You.
We are now at the halfway point, and we are going to take a 10-minute break. Everyone, please, viewers, use the restroom, get some water, do some stretching, be good to yourselves. We're going to take a quick break, if that's cool with my WIGI friends.
Sounds
And we'll be back
good.
in 10 minutes.
And we're back.
So, welcome back. I am Kay, your DM for the evening. We are playing Dungeons and Dragons with WIGI. We are hoping to introduce more people to tabletop, which is one of my favorite forms of gaming. And we are halfway through an adventure in Skyhold Tower, where our chaotic group of 4 have been... Well, one of them was indentured, and the other 3 were reluctantly convinced to help save the town of Neverwinter from a falling tower. So we are now climbing with our 4 adventurers, a talking, very grumpy magical portrait, and an even more grumpy artificer gnome who just wants these people to get him to where he needs to be so he can fix the thing. We just escaped a griffin because a certain big beefy boy decided to scare the little babies who called for mama, but everyone finally managed to defeat what could have been the final boss, which was the ladder, and climb to the next floor. As you all climb, you step into a circular flagstone walkway, which is surrounded by a beautiful garden. There is a low stone wall and a magical shimmering barrier lets in light, but thankfully prevents the griffin circling outside from seeing you. The perfect circle of wide green lawn is neatly trimmed and ringed with well-tended beds of roses in shades of white, pink, and yellow. Directly opposite the doorway, up against the wall, not opposite the doorway, directly in front of you, from where you have climbed, is a selection of artistically positioned gray boulders.
You're pretty.
Sorry, did you say something I did not quite hear?
Oh, I just said that they were pretty.
So there's some there's some rocks.
There's some rocks.
How big are they?
They're
Oh.
they're very large. There's some large boulders, and then they're all stacked kind of in you know when something looks random, but it's like deliberately random?
Like
It's that.
a messy bun.
Yeah. Yeah. Opposite of those rocks behind you is a doorway, an arched doorway with a staircase that leads up. There is a flagstone path, a narrow one-person path from behind you to that doorway, but otherwise there's a perfectly green circular lawn all around you.
Can I do an investigation roll?
What are you investigating for?
Or a perception check, I guess?
What are you hoping to see?
Anything.
Give me a roll. Give me a roll. Let's see.
Anything, Kay.
You made this poor woman so paranoid.
You really did. Oh, god damn it. 7 for investigation. If we're doing perception, it's an 8.
You could pick up that rock.
Of course I can.
You could do it.
You didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, while the ground, like the floor below you was crumbled and like falling apart, this lawn is freshly mowed.
Look, there's a caretaker.
Doesn't
I
seem
hold
to
up
be
the
anyone here.
perch. I pick up the picture guy, and I'm like, "Hey, picture guy, why is it? Who is landscaping around here?"
Well, of course.
He hasn't known anything this whole time. Do you think he knows now?
It's a good point, but the one time we don't ask is gonna be the one time he actually knows something.
That's
That
true.
is
That's
fair.
If you're going to let me answer, you're going to argue among yourselves.
What about the boulders? Do you know about these?
They're decorative and also they're for rock.
Do they
Thank
move?
you.
Like if you push them, are they really heavy or are they able to be pushed?
I
Are
can
you-
push him.
Are you stepping off the flagstone and towards the
No.
rocks?
No. No.
Is
So
there like a path to get to them? Or is that the flagstone?
This chamber is probably about 50 feet and perfectly circular.
Misha, I
have-
have you tucked under the arm. Not going anywhere.
You've got about 15 feet of flagstone with a narrow flagstone path that leads to the door behind you. In front of you against the wall are the boulders, and the rest of it is grass with roses ringing the very outside.
Roses.
Beautiful roses.
So do we see like any area to like progress further to go higher up? Is there?
The flagstone path behind you leads to an arched door, and behind that door you can see stairs going up.
Okay.
I'm fighting my desire to try to like figure out what this is all about versus just keep going.
We're all just standing here. Is there something we want?
going,
It's
keep
very
going.
pretty. It's grass.
I don't know. This portrait doesn't know anything, and I took it back under my arm.
Who's your rock? Who's a picture book?
Let's keep going.
I agree with the beefy one.
Thank you.
All right.
He winks at you. He winks at you.
So you walk single file.
Single file. Misha's not on the ground.
Yeah.
I am probably like strong arming Misha right now.
It's like gnawing on him. Like
He says, no biting. What have we talked about?
I'm not going to make you roll for it because it is a wide enough walkway, but you all walk down the flagstone path without touching the grass and climb the staircase.
Thank God.
You enter a dimly lit hallway with two doors, one to the right and one to the left. The corridor is dark, and a large mirror hangs from the left-hand wall, reflecting those two doors.
How dark?
You don't need your dark vision,
Okay.
but it's not bright. You
Okay.
Can step out, and if you walk forward and around, there's another staircase that goes up, and then two doors in front of you.
Can I investigate one of the doors?
Roll me an investigation.
The doors are identical, you said?
One is set a little bit closer to the staircase, so you feel like one room might be larger than the other,
Mm-hmm.
but they seem pretty much the same.
15.
Both the doors, they're well made. This corridor, actually, with a roll that good, you feel like the oils on the door on the left, the handle is more well worn. You feel like whoever inhabited that room inhabited a lot longer than the door to the right.
We asked the portrait man. Explain
Oh,
this space.
So that is the prime's room, and the other's Toby's, my apprentice. But it doesn't look like they've been here in a very long time, and you shouldn't enter. It's rude. It's very rude.
Just rude. There's not anything potentially dangerous.
Are you curious if he's dead?
Would you know if he's dead? Would you still be alive if the rest?
How
Can't be
many
dead.
are
There's no way he's dead. No, he can't be dead. There's no way.
Are you positive? Would you know?
Yes.
why do we care if it's rude if we go into the room? We're trying to figure out why this tower is falling through the sky.
And you
I don't
clearly
care
don't have
if it's rude
answers.
to go into his room.
It's a good point. I like the little
journals, instructions, a
Journal.
list of things to do when his tower is falling through the sky. I don't know what people keep in their rooms.
Well, I don't know what you keep in your room, and I'm not going to barge in and check.
Okay, well, we
Wow.
will. Let's.
You might like what you find, though.
I'm sure I would not.
You say that. You say that. But you don't know.
So do you go for the left door or the right door?
I vote Toby's door. This is the name, right?
Toby's door.
That's what I
That is
vote.
the right room.
The right door.
The door is not trapped and it is not locked. It opens with a quiet creak of hinges. This small bedroom is cramped and untidy and smells of mold. The bed is unmade, and shabby robes lie in a pile on the floor.
He's probably dead.
I'm gonna go through the robes.
Roll me an investigation.
Can I roll like a perception to see if I can like kind of sense or notice anything in the room that might tell me like what happened in here or didn't happen in here? Like where Toby might be?
Perception. What'd you get
Okay.
on your investigation?
12.
Well, they kind of look like old gross robes. They're kind of placed in a way where, like, you know, when a teenager just kind of tosses laundry.
Teenagers.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to come at you all. I'm sorry.
Do it. Just do it, Kay.
Like I feel attacked now. So
What was your perception?
16.
So, as you're digging through the robes, you catch a glint of something under a table, and you find 15 silver pieces in an old purse that's kind of tucked away under a table in like hiding my goods kind of way. With your perception, you find there's a dresser, and it's kind of cluttered and just kind of a mess in here. But you find a cheap journal with a carefully calligraphied title of The Diary of Toby Glumberton, Apprentice Wizard, on the front.
Yeah, I found
I'm scared of
something.
the books.
We get to read the diary.
I found a diary. So, I don't know, is it rude to read the diary
Of
portrait?
course it's rude. Of course it's rude.
Why are we asking the portrait anything at this point?
I'm
Honestly.
gonna put my hand over the
Here.
portrait's mouth. Read
Over
the
the,
diary.
over the eyes, over the
Okay,
eyes, over
okay.
the
I
ears.
love a good story,
Okay.
so I need some inspiration.
Let's read the diary.
So
Flip through it, I
you
guess.
flip through a little bit, and there's just dozens of pages of complaining about the tedious life of an apprentice. Mostly about arranging Master Franger's shopping, laundry, and cleaning. And then partway through, he stops complaining about Frander, and he starts complaining about Frida's laundry and cleaning and shopping. But the final entry, it's interesting. Dear Diary.
Ooh.
Yes. He
Ooh.
wrote your diary.
I was in the hallway, but is like leaning his head in, like,
Dear Diary. Mistress Skyhold has made me an offer that I simply cannot refuse. Her experiments to imbue a living creature with elemental power have so far been unsuccessful. But now she believes that this is because animals we have been experimenting on lack both willpower and the vitality to regulate their elemental energy flow, or something like that. In any case, she's asked me to volunteer to be the next test subject. If it fails, I imagine it's not going to go very well for me. But if it succeeds, I will become more powerful than I ever dreamed. Mistress Frida has promised to make me her heir regardless of how the experiment works out. After all these years, fame and wealth and power will be mine. Toby the Great! And it's underlined like 4 times. Oh, and I must remember to dispose of the trash tonight. There's nothing else.
that wasn't as exciting as I hoped it would be.
Yeah, kind of boring. Something that's some elemental energy flow.
You had me at Mistress, and then you lost me for the rest of it. Oh well.
Who's Rita? Portrait.
Portrait?
So, I don't know what we've never had a mistress. There's no Frida in this house. I don't know what Toby's on about. He's totally spinning tales to make himself
Do you
look interesting.
Okay.
Why do you know nothing?
I know lots of things.
Do you know about this
You simply
elemental...
don't know the right questions to ask.
Do you know about this
Is there
elemental
one thing
energy
you
flow?
know?
Is there a date on the diary entry?
None of these entries are dated. They have days, but there's no years.
Nowhere in the journal there's a year. Shame.
So in the hallway, did you say there was a mirror that was reflecting the two doors?
There is.
Can we
Take
investigate
a
the
closer
mirror?
look at the mirror.
Roll me an investigation check.
He puts his hand on your collar again as you get close to the mirror. He's gonna he's really ready to go.
What did you
Every
do to
time.
him?
You're so paranoid, Ozzy.
Oh,
What did
Shell
you
is in the chat
do?
now. Shell can explain that
Shell.
there's a lot of trigger from Kay's first one shot that would have me like this.
I got a 20, not natural.
Gosh.
It's really dusty.
The mirror?
Yeah,
Can I like brush it off to?
you brush it off, and it's less dusty.
It's less dusty. Okay.
Good job.
I was
I'm
just
trying to
like
help clean,
heavy
you know?
breathing. Heavy
Try to help
breathing.
me out.
Gimbal goes, but you stop that. That's, I hate old places. Really bad
Is it-
for my mechanical contraptions.
His hand does not leave your collar. Just saying. He's like,
While Ozzy is distracted, can Nisha attempt to wriggle out of his grasp?
oh, I put you down as soon as we got up here. I just
Okay,
wasn't gonna
good.
trust you on the grass. You're good. You're on the ground. You're fine.
Okay, cool.
And I'm
He's
also
gonna
going to
open
clear,
the wizard's room.
going to make it clear to anyone watching, these two have agreed ahead of time, so I'm not making them roll for this. We're not doing PvP. This is a friendly agreement. Make sure Claire consents, really important at tables. Because my last campaign, I did run some PvP, and that was interesting. You open the wizard's door.
Yes.
The bedroom is small, but luxuriously appointed, or at least it used to be. Red silk sheets have been rotted over the years, but the fine dresser has been reduced to a husk by wormwood. There's a closet in the corner that's still closed, and everything seems to be well appointed except for it's all rotting, it's all decayed.
She's gonna try to like investigate, like pick through things, try and see if there are any like scrolls, books, any sort of like information.
Roll me an investigation.
7.
The room.
Everything. There's a plush chair in the corner. There doesn't really seem to be, everything's kind of put away. You do kind of poke through the closet, and you see, it's hard to tell because they're all kind of disintegrating and falling apart, but there seems to be a lot of women's clothing.
There is a Rita.
For the record, it was Frita, capital F.
Oh, Frita. Sorry.
Just so we know.
There is a Frita.
So there's not confusion later.
Doesn't necessarily mean there's a Frida. Just throwing that out there. I'm gonna look. Can I look around for secret doors or secret traps or like some sort of? Since this is the wizard's room, like did he
Roll
have like
Roll me another investigation.
let's see, 19.
You're poking around. It's a wizard's room. There's got to be something here, but there doesn't. It's annoying. It's just. But then there's a cloak over the back of that chair that catches your eye. You pick up a cloak of the manta ray, which you can add to your inventory and equip if you so choose. And it comes with a matching pair of goggles with glass lenses.
I'm gonna put them on.
They look really cool.
Okay, I'm keeping them on. I'm keeping
As
them
you
on.
should. They work really well with your cloak.
Nice. I'm looking this one up.
I can give you a quick. I did not keep it open because I thought we're done here, especially with that roll. While wearing this cloak with its hood up, you can breathe underwater and you have a swimming speed of 60 feet. Pulling the hood up or down does require an action. You do not have to attune to it.
Cool.
I don't like that. I don't okay.
I will put the cloak on.
It is not cursed.
I'm very glad to hear that.
So, for the sake of there's not much more else for y'all to do here. Just gonna be up front. We can mess around and poke. It's really disappointing. You probably spend more time here poking around. This is a wizard's chamber. The portrait is complaining the whole time. Gimbal keeps looking at his thing going, I hate to tell you this, but we're starting to fall faster. So maybe we should.
Do you want to lead the way?
It would help
Little
if we
gnome,
knew
little
what we were
man.
looking for.
You have something to say to me, big guy?
Do you have something to say to me?
I have to say, I think we should hurry because I would like for us and everyone in Neverwinter to not die. I'm here to do a job.
Ozem straightens up to his full height and like looks down. One kick is all it's gonna take.
And do you think you can fix the tower if the mechanisms are broken?
Do you think you can fix the tower? Because I'm pretty sure like 3 flights down you were saying you have no idea.
Is this fixable? It's all rotting and stuff.
The portrait has no idea either, so
None of us know anything.
If it's mechanical, I can fix it.
you sound real confident there, champ.
I am very good at my job. There is a
Okay.
reason that I was chosen to accompany you all.
Ozem is already
Okay,
walking up the
chosen
next
one.
flight of stairs. Like calling over his shoulder, okay, champ. Starts walking up.
Champ.
Gimbal's just some people. I can't plan. You offer to help.
Talia follows him.
You climb the staircase, which opens into a beautifully appointed, well-kept study. A trio of tall bookshelves stand against the far wall, and a polished desk is in front of you. The smell of old leather and wood fill the room, and several sconces seem to burn without torch or candle. A figure stands in the middle of the room. A humanoid shape that flickers and blurs. One moment, it seems to be formed of rippling water. The next, it's a cloud of steam, which is very uncomfortable for some of you. In the next moment, you blink and it's a roaring fire. And then it's a dully glowing, pulsing magma. Then it's gray stone, and then oozing, dripping mud. Even as it changes, some parts of it stay the same. In the whirling chaos of its form, you can make out the face of a young man. He stands before you and blinks as if surprised to see you. His strangely shifting featured face smiles nervously and says, "Oh, hello.
Toby, I presume?
Yes, that is me. Will you sit?" And he raises his hand, and 5 small chairs of pure stone rise out of the ground behind you.
Ozem looks at the small chair and laughs.
Gimbal looks up at the chair.
I'll stand, thank you. Before we continue, can Ozem roll a perception check to see if there's anything potentially at the center of Toby that might look a little bit like a heart, like a little bit of a glowing something.
While you're rolling, behind Toby stands another door. 2 doors. One door that is closed and one that is open, and you can see light coming through the open door.
19.
There doesn't seem to be anything with a pulse unless he's in his magma form. Even when he's in his steam form, you don't see anything that would look like a heart or anything powering him in a core. I am glad you are all here. I am Toby. I am keeping the tower in the air. as best as I can.
Hi, Calcifer. How are you?
Oh my goodness.
Don't test me.
Don't make me start laugh. That's rude.
You're not doing a very good job.
Yes, I am sorry. It is difficult for me to maintain the tower. I have not been able to infuse myself with much power, and it takes a lot from me.
We hold the
need help?
portrait up. Anything to say, bud?
Is that? Sorry, wrong voice. Toby, what's happened to you?
He's
Oh.
not dead. That's for sure.
Master Frender, it's been a very long time. Yes, I would say. Where have you been? No one's informed me of anything. What's going on? What's wrong with the tower? Toby looks nervously at you all, as if unsure he wants to discuss this business in front of strangers.
You're
Might as
discussing
well keep talking.
Roll me a persuasion.
Yes.
14.
Well, you see.
23 if you needed a little bit more of a boost.
He's just standing there like.
Yeah, I have to know. Does Ozum like frown at him, or does Ozum like wink at him?
What
Just
would be
to
more
see him
persuasive? What would dear Toby prefer?
Dear Toby is a flickering ball of elemental energy. It's kind of hard to read.
Hmm. 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 He's just gonna stand and have his resting bitch face on full power, and
Okay.
he'll adjust as need
Flexing
be.
a little. Is he like doing the push up, the bicep?
Oh baby, he don't need to flex. He don't need to flex. It's already all out there.
I love this so much.
You don't need to do that. Oh yeah. No, they're not as hard anymore because it's warmer here. There's no risk of cutting through the leather straps anymore.
Yes.
Toby
Yes.
Toby sighs and says, It has been 100 years since I saw Master Frender or Mistress Frida. Things did not go well with our experiment.
Is this the same person? I don't mean to interrupt you, Toby. Is that the same person?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I was guessing. Thank you, Toby. You may continue.
When Mistress Frida asked a favor of me, and I was eager to assist. It worked to an extent. I became as you see me now, but my life force was drained in the process. I survived, but was weak. Mistress Frida saved me, but I was also linked to the tower. There is a void, a rift into a strange space that combines all of the elemental planes above us. And I must send life force to that, or else I will die and the tower will fall. I have been searching for help. We were attacked some 50 years ago by sky pirates. They would not speak to me. They drew their weapons, and so I defended myself and also infused the rift. However, it is growing hungry again, and I am weak. Would you help me?
How can we help you?
As you say this, Gimbal leans around, looking very annoyed, and says, "Where's the control room?" High
Rude.
charisma. High charisma.
We were having a moment.
I'm here for a job.
Yes, you've said that multiple times.
Oh, the control room is... And Toby motions to the open door behind you. And Gimbal says, "Great, be right back," and just walks out.
I should have put a leash on that one too.
I agree.
Very mean to him.
The void must be fed, or else both myself and the tower will fall. I have guided the tower away from civilization as long as possible, but as I have grown weaker, my control over it did also. And I fear it is going to harm many if we do not make an effort now.
What do we need to do?
So this was a death mission. This was a death sentence. We were never going to get that 500 gold.
500 gold.
Great.
Well,
Did you say the void needed to be fed?
needed to be fed. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think we're looking at the meal.
It requires
I'm
an
a
infusion
snack.
of some sort.
I'm sorry, it requires a what?
An infusion of life
Infusion
force.
of life force. And how does that happen?
It requires a sacrifice.
Of course
Yep,
it does.
there it
Yeah,
is.
Yep, of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Yep.
How many
Is it
sacrifices does it
anything
need?
like
Let's get
Will the
some-
little gnome be
Where
enough?
is where is he?
No.
He went that way.
So that's good, right? We're good. That's that. We can leave now. You can take him.
I am happy to stay here. The void is up through the other door.
Of course it is.
So let's just say, hypothetically, if this absolute snack was to be carrying a frag grenade, what would happen if I threw that into the void?
I do not believe it cares much about the physical realm. It is more interested in life force and magic.
Hypothetically.
How much life force are we talking, though?
I'm also
Yeah, like, is
interested
the
in that
gnome
one-
going to
yeah.
be enough?
Yeah.
Is the gnome enough?
Like, can we just give you the gnome?
I cannot bring the gnome to the rift. You will have to take him there yourself.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Big
The-
beefy
We'll
here can do
manage
it.
just fine. I'm not worried about that.
When the Githyanki attacked 50 years ago, I was able to siphon one, and it has sustained us this long.
So the gnome will be enough, is what you're
For
saying.
like 25
For
years. maybe
yeah,
not
like a
50,
little
but,
bit.
like,
Enough
It
where
would-
we'll be fine right now, right?
It would slow the descent enough that we would have more time to figure this out.
Yes.
So hypothetically, what you're saying is if we feed the little gnome man to the void, and then hypothetically, if I used that frag grenade to then, I don't know, maybe break this tower up into some smaller pieces so that as it continues to fall, so you don't have to go through this again, because right now you're currently risking sacrificing thousands of people, and we don't really like that. So if a loss of one can save the lives of many, and so that you don't need to do this again, and
I
say
would
we break this
request-
little tower apart.
I would request that you do not harm my mistress's tower.
Do you even know where your mistress is? Is your mistress still alive?
He averts his eyes. and
So
does
you don't
not
know.
answer.
You don't know.
Where is the rift that it needs to be fed? What's the
It is
process?
up.
How up?
1 floor.
Only one?
Hmm.
Hmm.
And when you get up there, like if we were to take the gnome, is it just by going up there that it happens, or is there something that needs to be done up there?
We need
If
to
you are-
yeet the gnome.
If you are within proximity, it can feed itself.
So if we put
So we can't get close.
Yeah, we just gotta throw the
Also,
gnome
Oh, I
Misha.
can do that.
up the
Misha.
stairs.
Out of the corner, the edge of your perception, you feel like you hear a voice. Feminine. But it's sourceless, and you can't place it, and it must have just been a figment of your imagination.
Toby, did you hear that?
Here. What?
My sister's looking a little strange, and she only really acts like that if there's
I heard
something happening.
It's like a voice.
I
There
hear
are
nothing.
doors, you said?
Yes.
What's in that
Speak
control
again,
room?
voice.
You said that there's an
Speak again.
open door, right?
You don't hear another voice. You don't hear the voice. And there's one open door with light coming through it, which Gimbal went through, and a closed door behind Toby.
And is that the door that Toby was saying is where the void is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's up. You said that's up.
You
Yeah.
assume there's a staircase behind that door.
Hmm.
Maybe we should go check on the gnome.
Yeah, in the
to
control
see what
room.
he's doing.
What's the point of that thing? Does it
Yes.
control the void?
No, the control room controlled the tower before it was linked to me.
So what's the point of the control?
I don't
room?
think there is one.
Even
Do
if
we
you
hear
wanted it, I
it
don't
coming
think
from
it
the
would
control
work.
room?
I mean, it's pretty thick stone walls here.
Huh.
I'm gonna go check on the gnome guy and see how he's doing and see what he thinks, if it's actually gonna work.
Ozem readies the rope lasso.
Classic.
Okay, who else are only you going to check on Gimbal?
I'll go.
I'm gonna stay, or Ozem will stay in the hallway, but is behind both of them. Okay. He's gonna use, because there's so much excess rope left for the silk rope. He wraps it around everyone's waist, and then like a dog walker walking multiple dogs now has 3
It's like
people.
we're mountain climbing.
Yes,
We're all attached to each other.
you're all attached to the big beefy boy, and he's like ready to just reel all of you in if something goes wrong. And then he has this other thing of rope out as a lasso ready to hook onto Gimbal, but he's staying in the hallway.
Okay.
Or like where he's staying in the study and keeping an eye on Toby.
Toby is standing near-ish the door, but still kind of in
Okay.
the center of the room and just smiling distantly.
You
And
okay,
almost
bud?
pleasantly.
You okay?
Yes, I
Are
am.
you sure?
Do you want this portrait?
I would,
I wouldn't hand it to him.
he seems
How about-
sad looking at it.
What should we do with it?
Can Misha start to kind of like go about the room and
Be
try and
like,
see
I'm
if
not
she
here.
can hear that voice again anywhere? Like peeking like in the door, like
Roll me
trying
a
to see where it
perception.
was. Ooh,
Let's not hand the portrait to Toby because he's shifting
26.
all the time and we don't want to destroy
Ooh, that's
it.
a good point. So where should we put it? Because I'm not taking it in with me to get the gnome.
Ozem pulls a nail out of his bag, rams it into the wall, and hangs the portrait back up.
You feel like maybe there's one stone wall that it's so faint, and maybe it's coming from that direction, but maybe it's your imagination. There's a lot of, it's an old creaky tower. It's really strange because there's nothing there.
like the stone wall where she like.
Yeah, and it's so faint.
I was gonna say I can check it for magic when I get back from checking on the gnome.
Yeah, I'm going with you to check on the gnome.
Okay. Everyone who is going to check on the gnome steps out of the hall. There's a little tiny, like cramped little, not even a real hallway. Like, you know, when there's like a room that's a hall, it's kind of one of those. Then you do a sharp turn. And before you is a small, narrow chamber with panels of polished wood. The only light source is a glowing dot shining on a beautiful map directly over the city of Neverwinter. Another panel is covered in various dials and a confusing array of knobs, buttons, and levers. There's a glass case hanging by one of the walls, and Gimbal is standing. He's found a little stool and dragged it over and is standing to look at this, and he's looking at the dials and like chewing his lower lip and tugging at his the beard on his chin. And he's like, okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that. Okay, if I do. And he reaches and he kind of taps the glowing dot, and the tower lurches a tiny bit. Oh, okay, that makes sense. All right. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. And he is just deep in intense thought as he's looking at all this.
You're wasting your time.
Huh?
You're wasting your time.
He moved the tower, though.
It's true you did.
Can you move it away from Neverwinter a little bit?
But then it's just
Are you in the room?
It's true. You're not in the room.
I'm watching. Like, he dips he's not going in, but he's like leaning in. Or he turns to Toby when the tower moves. He turns to Toby and goes, "Didn't you say that you're the one that controls the tower now, and that the control room isn't really needed anymore?"
My control is not great
Absolute?
at the moment
Okay.
because I am weak.
So, question. Is your life force being connected to the tower, is that life force the thing that is generating all of the tower's magic? Or are the mechanisms that control the tower's movement not affiliated with the life force?
It is through my life force and my
Okay.
magic linked with this that we are flying. And if I had more power, I could steer us to safety.
Okay. So what you're saying is that little lurch is about all we're going to get. If the little gnome tries to do more, nothing will
Yes.
happen? Okay.
Call his bluff.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Do more. Turn more knobs. See what happens.
So are you insight checking or are you telling the gnome to do more things?
I'm telling the gnome to
What
do
are we
more
doing
things.
here?
Gimbal, Toby said that fixing the control room is not going to help. It's now controlled by his life force, which is depleted.
Gimbal kind of close the door. Close the door.
Ozum yanks, before that, Ozum yanks you back and goes, don't tell him about the sacrifice. Don't tell him about the sacrifice. Keep that.
Oh, okay. All
He
right.
doesn't need to know.
Well,
All three of you.
we'll close the door, but the rope's still attached.
Yeah.
It can
No,
fit under
door-
the door.
Yes.
I'll allow
Ozum doesn't want that door closed. Ozum will not let him close the door. Like,
Okay. Then just Gimbal looks really frustrated. He's like, get down. Okay. So, and he speaks really quietly and like, he's trying to like do the lean in thing, but he's a gnome, so he has to like get on his tippy toes and do it this way.
Ozum squats.
So I can fly this thing. I think I can fix it. It's gonna take some work. I understand how it works and I can do it. It's hard, but I can do it.
How
What
much
he's
time
saying
do
is
you
not
need?
true. It's gonna take me maybe 5 minutes, but it's work.
All right, we'll guard the door and make sure that you have your time.
What are you
Alright.
gonna do?
Well, I have to do an Arcana check. I have to understand how this works. And if any of you would like to help me, that would be great. But I mean, this is my job, so I'm not going to ask it of you. But can you not let the creepy liar know what I'm doing? Because I think he's gonna. I don't want him to like eat me or something.
I don't know if you
Can
do
Ism
that.
do a perception check on both of them?
Yeah, roll me one for each.
I don't trust Kay.
Yeah, you trust no one.
I don't trust anything anymore. 16 and
Who's that on?
We'll do the 16 on the gnome, and then we'll
Okay.
do the 19 on Toby.
Gimbal seems really sincere, a little afraid of Toby, but very confident.
Okay.
Toby is really hard to read, but you feel like there's something that's not quite adding up here.
Asmisha's like looking at this wall still, like she's still kind of just like, what is happening here?
You swear Toby glares at you.
Are there any spaces in between some of this like rock, like gaps?
It's a really solid stone wall. In fact,
Okay.
it almost looks like it's a solid stone wall with like carving that makes it look like it's stacked stone.
I'll assist Toby in the Gimbal in the meantime.
Okay, cool. You help me. Okay. Anyone else want to assist Gimbal?
I will.
Okay.
I have a chain. All right, we're gonna switch this up a little bit now that you're all gonna. Okay, because I also have a chain, a length of chain.
Which dice do we trust here?
Whoa.
We're gonna really tether this. We're daisy chaining now. So
I'm gonna quickly turn to Ozim and say, Ozim, after all of this is over, I want to turn you into lore because you deserve your own story, and I want to exactly understand where all of this is coming
right
from.
to his head.
he winks and blows a kiss at you. He goes, "Thank you, darling. I appreciate that. I am a lot
We'll
to
work on
write
that.
about. We'll work on
Okay.
that." But he's gonna daisy chain it so that Gimbal is now. I'm gonna, because the chain's a little bit heavier. I'm gonna switch Gimbal to the rope, and then either of the other two who would prefer to be attached to a chain.
I'll take the chain.
Chain it is, okay.
Chain, please.
All right, so now,
Okay.
Mish, you're back on your own silk rope. Gimbal's on the regular rope, and then these two are on the chain. So he can easily pull back anyone who needs to be pulled back.
And Toby is still just standing there with this distant smile shifting between all these elemental forms. Just
And
waiting
Ozim is
patiently.
mean mugging. He's mean mugging now.
Doesn't seem at all.
Of course, he doesn't seem at all.
Okay. So Gibble's looking at this very intently. He's like, okay, so he goes to you, Atala first. It's like, okay, so when I turn this dial, I want you to push that button and it should work. Okay. And 1, 2, 3. And because you're assisting, he gets advantage on the roll, and that's a good thing because that was a natural 4. This is a natural 20. So the tower evens out a little bit. You feel like, when you're in the elevator and it starts slowing down, you kind of get that feel. Okay, that was good. That was really, really good. That was really good. I'm brilliant. I hope he turns to the bard. I hope you remember that. That was really, I don't know if you know how good that was, but that was just really, really good. Okay.
Did Toby
now,
react?
Toby doesn't seem terribly bothered.
Okay.
Okay. Your turn. You. When I throw this lever, pull that chain. Okay. 1, 2, and
Pull the lever, Kronk.
I was just thinking that.
And that he passed his Arcana check. And because the
Yay.
last one was a natural 20, like death saving throws, he succeeded 2. So that was 3 successes, and the tower steadies out. Okay. I did it. I did it. I did it. We did it. We did it. Which way should I play?
Elsewhere.
Somewhere with not people. That would be good.
Yeah.
Okay. The nearest, and he like looks at the little map and
Maybe
kind
an
of
ocean.
taps the thing and looks. Okay.
Not an
nearest-
ocean.
Not an ocean.
No, we're good with the ocean.
Look,
Why not
there's
an
an
ocean?
You're good with the ocean.
there's an uninhabited space. We're just gonna go over here. And he, smooth as butter, starts moving the tower. You look down and you can see Neverwinter start to shift away, but you don't even feel it. He is a really good artificer, y'all. He is good at this. And
So Ozum's gonna try to distract Toby a little bit, even though Toby can probably feel that the tower is moving. Ozum's just like casually making some small talk with him, just being like, "So what do you do for fun around here?"
I mostly do sculpture.
Oh,
Yes.
are those boulders up there your handiwork? It's a nice boulder.
No.
I like that boulder. It's a nice
I am
boulder.
glad you like my boulder, but they are the mistresses and rocks. Well,
Our
they are rocks.
mistress. You never did tell us what happened to her.
It is not a story I like to tell.
I don't care.
Misha, honey.
Are you making an intimidation? What you do? What was that? You tell me.
That
Ozum
was
can't help
just
you
her
now.
being rude. TBA.
Okay. I'm not sure. Sometimes I gotta read. I'm like, is that tell me or is that just sassing?
And I wasn't gonna
People
say
are more
it.
honest in the family.
So Gimbal is at the pilot seat. Toby is standing, chatting with Ozum. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go check that wall
I'm watching the
for magic.
No, I'm watching. Oh, I guess
Yeah.
I'm going with her because I'm touched too.
Yeah, you're attached.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a little rotate. I might gesture like Atala to like take over the small talk, and I'm gonna go talk to the gnome.
Meanwhile, Misha's like pointing
Okay.
at like the wall. She's like, it was like around.
So are you casting Detect Magic?
Yeah.
So the wall is stone. It doesn't seem, it is very, not very thin, but it's only a couple inches thick, so it doesn't block your spell. And you do feel something magical behind it.
Misha, there's
But-
something magical behind this.
It's solid
Don't
stone.
tell her. Don't tell her that.
Misha grabs her staff and casts Shillelagh.
No, Osum is like yanking on the silk rope as he's
He
trying to
grabs
make
her
his.
sickle from like the
And
side
I just
of
start
her,
like
thing and
flailing
woo,
so
cuts
that
the
like
rope.
Toby doesn't
Wait.
notice. I'm like, hey, what's up?
I have an idea, and this is a little crazy, and I don't know if this would actually work. And I'm not even exactly sure, but let's see. Could I cast invisibility on the wall to be able to see through it? I think technically it might be.
I think it says you have to target a creature.
Yeah.
The wall
All
is
right.
not a creature.
I thought I'd give it a try.
I like it. I like it.
Creativity.
Bummer. Don't let my sister do anything for the next like 2 minutes. I need to just, please, I'm begging. Just watch. Misha, 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Did a minute and a half.
Minute and a half. Yes. Okay.
But she has cast Shillelagh, so the next time she uses that thing, it's gonna hurt more.
Okay. Just watch her for like a minute and a half. All right. Ozum runs to the gnome, like books it over to the gnome really quick. Just be like, look, okay, if we get this somewhere safe,
And that's what
I
I'm doing.
have a grenade.
Where did
can
you get a
you-
grenade? Who gave you a grenade?
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Okay.
Don't ask, don't tell.
You do not need to know. But say I have a frag grenade. could you somehow manipulate this so that this entire tower will be destroyed using this frag grenade so that it is in lots of pieces and it will fall to this nice uninhabited area. No one gets hurt. Of course, after we're off of it, we can jerry-rig it so it's on a timer or something like that, because we don't want this happening again. There's stuff that we know that we have not told you about that you don't really want to know either about how this whole thing works. And I think blowing this shit up is the best option.
I could certainly do it, but that seems like a waste of really, really high power wizardry. Like this is, I know it's kind of falling apart now, but it's a work of art. It would be really easy to restore. And I could even make it better because instead of that steam power crap, like I could do it with artificer.
It's not steam powered. It's not steam powered.
No, but that part was.
Trust me. It's not worth it.
Well, I'm gonna have to check, but yes, okay.
Okay, good.
I can certainly do it.
Good. Keep that on the back burner.
Okay.
Goes back out of the room. Okay, Mish.
90 seconds.
And Toby
Before
is still
you-
standing.
I need to blink.
Before you do this, what are you doing?
Something behind that wall. And then she doesn't even like wait for him to reply. She smacks the fucking wall with her staff.
And Ozum just... God damn it. And he pulls his axe off of his back just as a precaution.
Does anything happen when she smacks that wall?
Hit a wall.
Oh, great.
Kind of reverberates in your hand a little bit.
I'm intrigued.
Is there like an ETA for how long it'll take for us to get to that uninhabited spot?
This tower is not built for speed.
Okay.
Now that it's not falling, like it's moving slower than it did, because this is like, it's a castle in the sky, right? It's supposed to be lofty and whimsical. It doesn't move fast. But you do feel that Toby, who is standing there patiently watching you all with a smile, is perhaps getting a little impatient.
I'm asking him how his day was.
I already did that.
I know, but then you told me to do it some more, so I'm asking
It
him
has-
some more.
This
Okay.
has been the most eventful day I've had in 50 years.
Yeah, we read your diary.
What about the last eventful day you had?
How did taking the trash out go?
If Yankee sky pirates attacked us and tried to destroy me and my home. It was rather eventful.
How long have you been an elemental for?
Roughly 100 years by my
Okay, so it's
counting.
been a while. Has there any ups or downs to it? Any favorites that you really... You gotten to try anything out that you've really
Any kind of-
liked?
Holds out his arms and he flashes between them all very quickly, very rapidly. Water to fire to earth.
Cool trick.
That's
I
cool,
have
bud.
incorporated all of them, and they all have their own strengths and weaknesses.
Uh-huh. I see.
But I have not
Fun.
had guests for this long in quite a while. Are you sure you should not check the rift?
I think we're okay for right now. I'm really just intrigued by you right now, bud.
Do you
Really
just
wanna-
stand here all the time?
Can you move? Yeah.
Yeah, like do you
walk
explore?
around?
Like, how did you in the painting not know that you were both still in the same tower?
Because of the accident, I am unable to move far from where I am bound to the rift.
Far,
Oh, so you're bound to the rift.
like
okay.
this room?
Yes, I am most upset about the state that the lower floors must be in. This
Who
was
mows
my
the lawn?
Yeah.
rock?
Rock?
Like a rock?
Glock? Mock?
He
The Rock.
they do
The Rock.
sometimes
The
look
Rock Johnson.
like a rock.
Huh. Interesting.
Toby, what's behind the wall?
Nothing.
There seems
By
to
nothing, do you mean the void?
No, the void is up.
Are there two voids?
No, there is nothing behind the wall.
Is that an N, a capital N, or a lowercase n?
I do not understand the question.
You should cast find traps on both the wall and the door because it says anything within the range of her line of sight.
No traps.
if I go to the wall where I sensed where it was, and like kind of, anything.
Touch it. Touch on it.
It feels if you're like really feeling it, it feels like it looks like stacked stone, but it feels like this wall is solid rock and it has indents. Not chisel marks, but indents, so it looks like stacked stone.
So what if I like push on the indents or something?
Roll me an investigation check.
Ozem takes out a little bag of sand.
19.
You push on
And
some. Nothing happens.
He's gonna blow the sand around those chisel marks to see if any
There's no
goes-
chisel marks.
or indents, I mean, to see
Yep.
if it stays in the indents or if it goes in.
Oh, it kind of hits the wall and kind of collects in the little grooves.
Why are we staring at a wall?
There's something magical behind it.
No, there is nothing.
Oh, now I don't believe that one.
Again, is it a lowercase or a capital N on that nothing? 'Cause I don't.
So here, I'm gonna throw out an idea.
Hmm.
What if we open the other door? We don't have to go in there. What if we open it?
No.
Toby raises a hand and the door opens.
That
And
was
you
not
see
cool.
a
That
staircase.
was not okay. That was not okay. Toby! Bad Toby.
We said what if, not let's
Yeah,
open.
This is hypothetical.
I am simply trying to be helpful.
Can you close it again, please?
Rude.
Why would you want it closed?
Please close the door, Toby. I'm asking as nicely as I possibly can.
He doesn't close the door.
I start calling him pal.
Champ, bud, buddy pal, my boy, Toby. Can I call you my boy? Can I call you Toby?
Sure.
Do you have any other preference? Anything at all?
Toby is my name. I have not
Toby is
changed
your
it.
name. Toby. Okay. Ozem is just kind of how big is Toby?
Toby hovers at about 7 feet, but he's
so I don't
also
like that.
kind of willowy and not. Sometimes he's made out of solid rock,
Yeah, it's
but
fine.
he's
That's
still
not-
somehow lean, right?
Of course.
This weird shifting elemental thing, but he does look more correct in a water or a vapor form, but you also don't feel like you'd want to pick a fight with that rock form.
Are his feet touching the ground at this 7 foot height, or is that just how he's? Oh, so he's okay. So, but Ozem still has 5 inches on him. Okay, that's fine. Ozem pulls out a bag of ball bearings
Toby watches.
and a big ol' himbo's gonna toss some in the direction of the now open door.
Ping, 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 ping. They hit and they roll. And there's nothing.
They don't get absorbed. Nothing sucks. Okay.
Nope, there's a staircase.
I don't like this.
The rift is in a chamber which is quite large. You can enter it without entering its range.
No, I think we're okay for right now.
Can you enter it?
Super curious about it.
Of course. And Toby starts to drift up the stairs unless you stop him.
Not. Can I do a perception check on? We should let him continue to go through towards the
I
rift.
don't think that's how perception works.
Grapple.
He's changing shapes and forms.
I know, but I just want to see you try.
Okay. You're all kind of using all of this stuff that I have. I have a whip.
You can give me
I
a
have a
wisdom check.
I'm a himbo, okay? He's a
I'm
fucking
just,
himbo.
I know, but that's if you're looking for a clue.
An 8.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can do. The portrait kind of says, I don't.
Do you know something now?
That is not the Toby I remember.
Clearly.
I do
You're
not.
telling me the Toby you remember wasn't constantly shifting forms between water or whatever?
Want me to give you some information, or would you like to give me attitude?
We've been asking you for information this whole time.
And every time I speak, you speak over me.
What if the painting goes in the rift?
I agree with that.
I see.
Any objections?
Count as a life force? You're like a Horcrux or something?
Shard and a fraction of a.
You're sending the
So
master
that'll
back
save
to
us
his
20
home.
minutes. It's fine.
Toby,
Yes.
Toby, question.
Yes.
What if painting of your mistress goes to the rift?
Very angry expression for just a second.
I like it. I like the idea even more now.
Let's do it. Let's do that one. That one. Yeah.
I'm not. I have a few other questions,
You
dear
started
Toby,
nerves.
dearest.
This will
Dearest
not
Toby.
succeed. It is not enough.
But this is a fraction of your mistress, correct?
It is a shard, yes.
How many shards are there?
There was a second made.
There was a second, and the second is no more.
Yes.
And your mistress is no more.
Doesn't answer.
Does his expression change at all?
There's something very sad. Guilty.
Goes and whispers to the portrait. You said you would know. You said you would know if it was dead or not.
Ask him what happened. Ask him what happened. Toby! Toby! Our friend here is asking. Answer the question. Roll me persuasion with advantage.
That I can do. We got a 17.
I cared very much about my mistress. And when I was changed into this form, I was very weak. She gave herself to the void so that I might live. I have continued her research, but I am not as learned as she. And I have not found a way to free myself of this curse. I am what I am because of her work, and I am alive because of her sacrifice.
Call this being alive?
Dearest portrait, would you be able, because you are the mistress, yes. Would you have the knowledge of how to help, dear Toby?
So I know what Prime knew when he created me. But this happened after.
Yeah, no kidding.
And how much do you know about elemental magic?
Have you ever considered going in the void yourself, Toby?
I can enter it. I cannot feed it as we are connected. But you should
And-
come. It is something to see.
I think we're okay right here for now, dear Toby.
You
Some
should
other questions?
come.
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
And with that, Toby reaches for you. I need you all to roll initiative.
God damn it!
I gave y'all a lot of time to avoid this.
Really did.
21.
Really did.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Sorry.
And I have to do this for Toby too. What's his?
I got 10.
18.
Okay. Sorry. 20 to 25.
Me.
Dirty 20.
Sorry. Who had a dirty 20?
Nisha.
Okay, thank you.
I had 21.
Okay. And then 15 to 19.
18.
Who 10 to 15?
I had a 10.
10. And Toby rolled a 1.
Oh my god.
Oh!
So
There it is.
this
Poor
is
Toby.
about a 30-foot chamber. Ozum is actively Toby is actively reaching for Ozum. I'm assuming that Misha is going to be against the wall, so about 25, 30 feet away. Where is everyone else?
I was near the wall with Misha.
Okay,
So
so you're also about
Nothing with that.
25-ish feet away.
I think
Okay.
I'm chained in between.
Oh, I forgot you're all tied
and
together.
Ozum. So, yeah.
Okay.
This could have been the dumbest thing I've ever done. Tying you all to...
Crystalline,
How
first.
quickly is Toby rotating through the elements?
he is going to change an elemental form once per round.
Okay, and what is he in right now?
Right now, he is in fire.
So Ozum
You would be
is
resistant to his damage right now.
we love that.
This is a
Great.
really complex character, y'all, so if I have to like pause and look things up, I apologize, but this is a really complex big boss.
So this is something I'm not sure about, but I have a question.
Okay.
The elemental, is it considered magical?
He is an elemental, which I do not believe are magical. Like, you can't dispel magic on him.
Okay, gotcha.
I mean, you can, but
I'm just wondering if there's something else magical going on in the room. All right. Well, I'm pretty far away from him, though.
you can move up to him.
Actually, see, I don't know if this is going to work on him. Would Vicious Mockery work on him?
Yeah, Vicious Mockery works on
Okay.
him.
I'll try him because that's 60 feet range. So it's
And-
a 15 wisdom save.
15 wisdom save. That is an 8, so he failed.
Sweet. Like it almost never works when I try to do it.
No. What do you say?
Ooh, that's 4, and then 3, so 7 points of damage, and then he has disadvantage on the next attack.
What do you mock him? What do you say when you mock him?
I shall taunt you for a second time.
That is strange. And Jareth, stop screaming. My cat is yelling, y'all. I'm sorry. Mishka.
Sorry, druids have so many spells.
They do. Right now he's in fire.
Okay. So, with him in fire, I think she is going to cast, or attempt to cast, Chill Touch at him.
Chill touch. And that's an attack roll, I believe.
Yes. 22.
22 hits.
Okay.
I'm not using that dice anymore because it's not giving me fun.
More dice jail.
My two prettiest ones are both in dice jail.
Oh
Oh,
no.
that's not good.
All right, so that is going to be 9 points of necrotic damage,
9 points of necrotic.
and it
I'm just
can't
gonna
regain hit points until the start of my next turn. Until then, that little hand is just still on it, and with Misha's mood, it's on his throat.
And he makes this very unhappy sound. It's like,
And she's like,
next up is Big Boy Ozum.
We get to pull out all the stops for this one. All right. So he's already got his great axe out. He's ready to go. He will do a regular attack with that.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
Or should I go? The rage is a bonus action, so I do that after my regular
I think you can rage before.
yeah.
rage before. Oh, and I have 2 attacks per action.
That's what I thought. That's why I kind of wanted to give you that hellish rebuke
Extra hit,
back.
yeah.
Because I felt like you had it.
So I go into a rage, and I use my 2 attacks.
So roll me 2 attack rolls.
Okay. And then I'm going in, and then I'm going to go into a frenzy at the end of this so that I have a bonus, another single melee attack as a bonus attack for each of my turns after this one. So that will
Okay.
start for the next round. And then my rage lasts for 10 rounds.
Yes.
We're doing it all. Ooh, A for my attack roll. This is I add my strength to this, right?
Yes.
So that's a 25.
To hit?
The first
yes.
one.
That definitely hits.
The first one. And a 24.
That hits. So roll
So those
me
are
roll me
19.
damage twice.
my D12 plus 3. So that is an 11 for the first one.
Is that with the +3?
Yep.
Okay.
And then a 14 for the second one with the plus
Okay.
3.
So 11 and 14.
And then,
Before you go on,
yes.
Toby goes, "Yeah." But he seems to almost shrug it off. It seems like your axe doesn't quite do as much damage as it should.
It's fine.
But you still definitely hurt him.
Yeah. I gain advantage on strength checks and saving throws. Well, I'm just checking to see if there's anything else. And so, yes, I will go into a frenzy now.
Is that a free action? Is that a bonus action?
It's my bonus action.
Okay, so you use your bonus to rage. So you can do your frenzy next turn.
Oh, I can't do both.
You get one bonus action.
Okay.
Next turn. I promise he's gonna live that long.
Of course, well, yes, and I'll hold on to my hellish rebuke for a better moment.
See, I'm sometimes a kind DM. Athala, you're up.
Okay, so she's thinking this is probably gonna get a little hairy. She looks around, she's chained to people, so She's not very happy about her situation, but so she's just gonna
You
cast.
chose the chain.
Yes, she did. She can't grumble too much about it. She understands.
It's easy enough to
this.
slip out of, by the way. You
Okay.
can. It's just around your waist. Like you can easily yank it down.
Okay, but then so she's gonna cast Armor of Agathis on herself to gain 15 temporary hit points, and if she gets
Nice.
hit, then she causes damage. Yeah, and that's all she's gonna do. And then can I use my bonus action to slip out of the chain?
Yeah, I'll give that to you as a free action if you have a bonus. Like, that can be your movement.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just.
Do you have
do
another
that.
bonus
I'll
action
just...
you'd like to do?
No, I'm good after that. But yeah, I get myself untethered to these other two. Thank you.
And now it is Toby's turn.
And he's reaching for me.
You are the closest. So
What?
he is going to
Fire right now, so I'm good.
It's going to reach out with elemental force. And he gathers toward you, and the flames seem to curl inward, and his core almost seems to turn white blue hot. Before he goes, and he shoots out a cone of fire within 15 feet in front of him.
So this is going to incinerate both the rope and the silk rope.
Probably.
Sweet.
I need you to give me, Ozum, a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. I'm saying that's all for strength. I don't get advantage with my rage. 17.
17. You managed to dodge out of the way of this fire, which is really funny because you'd be resistant to it anyway. You're like, fire doesn't scare me. Big beefy boy.
He still doesn't want to take damage.
That's true. And frustration wells within Toby. And he goes, oh. And you watch him reach back towards the door. And this weird black energy reaches towards the door. But somehow that hand around his neck seems to stop it. And it just sucks it back in.
Atta girl.
And he looks even more frustrated. And he lets out this horrible sound and changes into his earth elemental form. And with him... And does...
Are they now not tethered because except for the chain?
Yes.
All right.
The ropes have burnt away.
But the chain is not. So
Chain is not. Chain is still there, but hanging.
So
because she
Thistlin, you're
slipped out
still
of it.
stuck to me.
No, she slipped out of it, didn't she? Oh no,
I did.
She slipped
Thistlin
out of
did
the
it.
rope.
All I did. Yeah.
And I'm not going to mess with that. We've been going long enough. Okay, I'm going to be a nice DM. He goes, and his form changes from fire into magma, into solid earth as he braces. And we're back to you, Thistlin.
I am going to do the Bardic Inspiration again. I will do that for Ozum.
What do you say to Ozum?
I will say,
Whatever you say to me, honey, I'll be inspired.
We've come this far. It's time to finish him.
He's like gesturing at your hips to like pull the chain down.
I'm hoping that can be my free action is I'll sing. And so that'll give you a D8 to your attack. An extra D8.
He's still rapidly gesturing at you to get that chain.
Oh yeah. I want it as my free action if I could just kind of slide.
And you still have an action.
Oh,
and
I do.
movement if you want.
I don't want to get closer. Well, actually, you know what? Can I move up to within 20 feet?
Yep.
I'll do that. And is that the full
Are you
action?
wanting to get near someone, or are you wanting to kind of stay spread out? What's your
Stay
plan?
spread out.
Okay.
For sure. And do I have time to take an attack or just the movement?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get everyone gets action, bonus action,
Okay.
movement.
Cool. Then I will throw a dagger.
Make me an attack roll.
That is a 23.
That hits. Yaller. Ouch.
It's not the greatest damage, but I'll take it. That is 3.
You fling this dagger, and he kind of looks at it as it's coming, and somehow it wedges into like a chiseled, like a space in his joint. And he goes,
Great, I'm mad.
and Misha.
Misha is going to cast blindness on him.
Ooh. And remind me how blindness works. Read off that spell for me.
I can blind or deafen a foe. I'm choosing to blind. They have to make a Constitution saving throw, and if it fails, they are blinded or deafened for 1 minute. And at the end of each of its turn, it can make that saving throw again.
That is a 7 + 3 for 10.
Nope, it had to be 16 or higher.
You watch. There's a glowing ember inside this rock elemental's eyes, and they go dark. And you see his body physically tense. Do you have a bonus action you want to do?
No.
Okay.
So she does laugh.
And you look very annoyed at this. Ozan.
For a free action, can I call out to the gnome and toss him? The pin is still in it, but I'm going to toss the grenade to the gnome.
So
that
you are in a room. You are in a room. The door is here. There's another little room, and then there's a door here, so it's like an L-shaped hall.
I'm calling out to the gnome so that he can be in front of me and I can do this.
So what do you say?
I'm like, I can toss the grenade towards the entrance of that door and be like, you know what to do, bud, and just he can go and grab it when he can.
And you hear, you toss it and it goes ping, 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 right, and kind of bounces off that weird little room. And you hear, what the hell is wrong with you, throwing a grenade?
Pin is still in it. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine.
Hopefully it doesn't fall out.
It won't. It
All
shouldn't.
right.
I hope it doesn't.
There's always a chance.
There is always a chance, but let's...
I rolled. It was not a nat 1.
But I have a feeling he's saying this kind of like... Ozum's kind of thinking out loud for a moment while he's in his rage, because he's like hefting his axe up to make an attack. He's going, we're not going to be able to finish this fight in here. I have a feeling that once we destroy Toby, this whole thing is going to drop.
I don't think
So
you're wrong.
I think we're going to have to finish this fight not in the air. Which is why I gave the gnome the grenade, so that he can do the thing that I spoke to him about earlier. Cool. And with that, it's time for Big Boy.
So do you want to use your bonus action first to activate your...
Let's go into a frenzy now, because I think he said what he needs to say. He does not need to be coherent that much anymore. We're good. If he's in a frenzy, whatever. Everything can be excused by that. So we are doing my 2 great axe attacks.
Yes.
Which will be...
I am here for it.
Big boy making big moves. That is going to be a 21 for the first one.
That hits.
I would hope it does. And another 21.
That also hits. Even in his earth form.
Didn't even need inspiration.
Well, yes. Well, isn't that on the damage, or is that on the actual attack roll?
No, it's on. It can be on an attack roll or an ability check, and I think even a saving throw.
Saving throw.
And you can hold on to it for 10 minutes.
Perfect. We will do that. Okay, so for the damage,
you have to. say you want to use it after you've rolled, but before if I tell you it hits or not.
Okay. So for the damage on those attacks, we have a 5 and a 7.
So that is 12. And you carve into this and you start chipping off bits of him. But again, he's kind of shrugging it off. And you're already mad, but it's making you even more mad.
Is there any like glowing light that comes from the cuts that we're making? Anything like that?
No.
Okay, just checking. And I think that's...
I have another idea. Wait, oh.
Atala.
Atala kind of looks around and is kind of done with this shit, so she's gonna just Eldritch blast him in the face.
Do
we
it.
love that.
That's her. Hold on. 25. Does that hit?
That hits.
Yes. D10. 9, 10, 12 damage.
12 damage. Okay.
And that's all she's gonna
No bonus action?
do. No.
Toby. There's like chunks missing out of him now. And he looks tired and angry. And he's blinded. He can't see, but he remembers where Ozim is. And
Oh, buddy.
takes 2 swings. Blind. Stone erupts from the floor and attempts to grab you, Ozim.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to roll me another dexterity save.
Why can't it be a strength check so my rage apply?
This isn't even me being a mean DM. This is the module.
I know. My poor boy is trying.
He's doing his best.
Okay. The boy got a 5.
So, the boy is going to take 8 points of damage, and you are restrained until you break free. Now, you are not grappled. You can still attack. You just can't move.
That's fine. I don't need
And
to move
then-
that much.
Also, he's using a twin elemental combo, so he's also going to throw another pillar of stone up out of the ground at Atala, who hit him most recently. So I need you to make a dexterity save, but you can make it with advantage. Because he is blinded and he doesn't remember exactly where you are.
And I took 8 points of
Ozim's
damage.
Up in his face. Yes.
I'm not going to use Hellish Rebuke on this. I'm too afraid of like causing too much damage.
I got an 8.
Got an 8?
Yeah.
Okay. You take 11 points
Okay.
of damage, and you are also restrained.
So,
You can still attack, but you can't move.
but he's hitting me, right? So then he also takes 15 damage for cold damage because I have the
This
armor.
is not him hitting
Oh, okay.
you. This is a stone pillar
Oh,
coming
okay,
out
okay,
of the
okay.
ground
Got
and
it.
grabbing you.
Got it.
Unfortunately,
Makes
you
sense.
can use it on the stone pillar, but you probably want to keep it
Yeah.
because that stone pillar isn't going anywhere.
Mm.
And then he and reaches back again, and dark shadows come out of his hand and reach towards the staircase, and is met by another long fingers of dark, and they connect. And you watch
JK, I'm using Hellish Rebuke. I'm using it. Can I use it?
roll me the damage.
I'm doing it. The second he sees that, he's like, never mind. We gotta do this.
Yeah.
Bring out the big guns.
We're doing no stops. Okay. You point your finger, blah 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 blah. Okay. So you need to make a dex saving throw.
Dex saving throw. 14.
You're one lucky bastard. You needed a 14 minimum
I apologize.
for a save, but
Do I take half damage or no?
yeah, you take half damage.
Okay,
on a
roll me
save.
the damage.
Okay, this is 3d10. Is that it? Yes. Okay. Right? Do I have the right one? Which one? Am I blind today? Yes, I am blind. I think it's this one. It's this one, right?
That's a D8.
No,
think.
I'm
Nope.
done.
You looking for a D10?
This one. I got it. I found it.
There you go. Is that the 6? Or
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, 6 is the regular dice.
All right. So first one is 6, 8. It's +2. I mean +2. Your total is 8. 16 damage.
16. Ouch. And that actually does full
Half.
damage.
No, you have it.
Oh, I have it. That's right. I don't have it again though.
Yeah. So you're just taking 8 damage.
Okay. And he reaches back and these dark tendrils come down and they meet and you watch some of the chips in his body start to heal. Was it Ozum? That was Ozum. Yes. Yes. So that was the end of my turn. So then as a bonus action, Toby is going to, he's mad, he's getting hit. Oh, I have to save for blindness now, don't I?
Yes.
And what roll is it?
Constitution.
Constitution. That is a 12.
Nope.
Still blinded. And he's really mad about it. And
Okay.
Ozum's up in his face. So he goes and shifts into a water form. And he is now this writhing pool of liquid that's somehow holding a human form. Thistlin,
So
I know you got a plan. I'm excited.
no one's gonna like my plan. So where did the black tendrils come from?
You assume that's him reaching to the void, which is up the stairs.
Okay. I'm gonna book it real fast
Okay.
to Gimbal.
Okay. So you run out of the room.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say to him real quick, we gotta destroy the void. And I'm gonna try to get the grenade.
So you
Don't
see
use it.
Gimbal,
Don't.
You see Gimbal holding this grenade, like out, like he's terrified of this thing. And he sees you walk in and he's like, I don't know anything about the void. I know about the tower. I don't know anything about this void. And if you want to take the grenade, you can take the grenade.
I'll take it. But if you guys see me running, you can yell at me.
Roll me a wisdom check.
Let's see.
I cannot stress enough that we need to get out of the air.
16.
So Toby told you that the void needs to be fed. And while you really do get the feeling he's not been honest with you about a lot of things, it seems like this void, and you're a bard, you've heard stories, you know a bit about magic. It doesn't seem terribly likely that something physical could stop this void. You could maybe
Okay.
stop it magically.
Okay. Well, if I knew that beforehand, could I book it to the void and not go get the grenade, or is it too late? Okay.
Totally allow that.
I'll go toward the how close can I get to the void without jumping into it?
Okay, so you were on the, so you can get about to the stairs,
Okay.
but you're gonna have to, unless you want to dash, unless you want to use your action to run up also.
I'll dash.
Okay. I am just not going to scroll to find this. So you enter this chamber that has a rounded arched top. It is a large, hollow, empty space that was probably once a workshop that has just fallen into disrepair. At the center of it, you see what looks like a black tear in reality with tendrils of life force just coming out of it. Roll me an Arcana check.
Ooh, nice. 23.
Okay. There is something here that wants to eat life force, but you feel like you could possibly close this. It's going to take a lot of your magical energy and a couple tries. This isn't a one and done, but you could probably close this, and you feel like this would sever a connection between Toby and whatever this is.
Okay.
And that's your turn.
Okay. Thank you.
Mishka.
So you said that he is reaching out and there's like tendrils, like voidy hands.
Yeah, there's like something dark reaching from him, and then it's coming down from the void. And when they touched, some of the cracks on his body healed.
And is it still there? Or did it come back?
It seems that it's something that he can call out to once a turn.
Right, but like in like the moment of her turn, is it gone? Like
Yeah.
it's the okay.
It happens and then it kind of fades away.
How much movement would it take for Misha to follow our bard friend? She was back by the stone still, I believe.
Yeah. You could double dash and get just into the room. It's going to take you a little bit longer because I'm assuming you're going to want to go around Toby and not get within his opportunity attack.
Yes.
So yeah, you can, if you use your movement and your action, you could get up and be in there with her. You can't, none of you obviously want to get too close to the void, but you could just get in where you're not quite in the room, but you can see all of this.
Okay, I think that's what Misha would do. She's a curious one.
So yeah, you see this. Roll me an Arcana.
That is not a D20. 22, natural 20.
Nice.
Okay. You, with your Fey ancestry, it's an elemental magic, but it's a corrupted elemental magic. And this is something that is a black hole and will need to feed forever unless you close it. You can, just like Thistlin, use your magical abilities to seal this rift. But again, it's not going to be an easy thing, but you can do it. This is absolutely feeding Toby, and you feel like as long as this is open, Toby is going to be more powerful and be able to recover.
Okay.
And unless you have a bonus action, that's your turn.
I don't believe so.
Excellent. Ozum.
What's up? Here we go. So now I think my frenzy is finally active, which is great, which means I have 3 attacks now. We love this. I get to start punching this piece of garbo. Cool. All right. We're doing our 2 great axe attacks. Yes, sir. He's winding up.
The wind up and the pitch.
That is a 15.
So while that hits, your axe moves right through him.
Oh, what did he
watery
change
form.
into? Oh, right. Fuck. I can't punch him right now.
Break out the jar.
Oh, right. I do.
I don't think it would actually work, but I mean. You do have a jar.
I have a jar. It's about a growler size because it's meant for Misha, but we will repurpose it for this for now. I have
I
a
like
very
it.
large bottle.
Roll me an attack roll. I like this.
Okay. I will explain my plan once we see if this is gonna work.
Intrigued.
Like a full attack,
Yeah, like an
it's an
it's an improvised weapon.
saving
Yeah,
throw.
not a save, but this is an improvised weapon.
Okay, so 15.
15. You're lucky.
So with this bottle, I know you said that it doesn't appear like he doesn't have a core. There's nothing super obvious as to where.
Mhm.
It's not a calcifer moment, not a howl.
Nope.
Calcifer. Okay. Ozum is still going to go straight for where he would assume Toby's heart is.
Okay.
And he's going to scoop up as much as he possibly can of Toby in this, we'll say, like, how big's your growler? 60 ounces? Hefty amount.
What do you do once you've scooped the water?
He's gonna seal it.
Okay, you put the lid on it?
The lid's on it. I'm trying to remove as much of him as possible.
Okay. For
then,
reasons,
yes.
I am going to roll 1d10. Actually, no, you roll 1d10.
Hold on. I also have a water skin.
I'll let you do a second attack.
I have 3 attacks right now, Kay, remember?
But you used your one.
I used 1. Oh, how chaotic do I want to be? Oh, how chaotic do I want to be? Do I want to sop him up? Do I want to sop him up with a blanket?
It's your call, but decide quickly because we're running long. I'm sorry, y'all.
Okay.
I didn't expect y'all to spend so long chatting with Toby.
Another 15.
Okay. Are you doing blanket or are you doing water skin?
We'll throw the blanket on him.
Okay.
Throw a blanket over it.
So I want you to roll me 1d10.
Uh-huh. A 4.
And then I want you to roll me 1d4.
Three.
Okay. So you basically are doing 7 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to remember those numbers for reasons. And that's your turn.
Do I not get?
Next
I
up-
have my 3rd attack. I have my melee attack. Excuse me.
You
I
already
want to
did your
slap
melee
him.
attack. You slashed first, and then you did growler, and then you did.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm
Just that
sorry.
your first attack didn't do anything.
Yes.
That's part of the reason he went into this form. You made him real mad.
Continue. I'm so sorry.
Atala. No worries.
Okay, so she's very confused right now because she's not really sure what that one's doing with the bottles and the stuff and the blankets, and still looking over there, and that they've got some weird gate thing going on. So she's going to go assist with the gate thing. Can I do that? Can I go help the bard? I want to go over to the bard and I want to help the bard.
You're gonna run up the stairs.
Uh-huh.
Again, roll me an art. Hold on. Now that we're getting into this, I need to do.
Ozum's like, no problem. I'm fine, I guess.
You got this. You got this.
So I am going to assume that as Tala enters the room, you kind of shout to her like basically what's happening here, like what you think.
Filling her in.
So Atala, with their very, very quick summary of it, you can get within about 20 feet of it, and you can use your turn to make an Arcana check.
Okay.
And if you roll an Arcana check, you can attempt to start to close the rift. However, that is going to get you within range of the rift, and you know that you are probably it is going to backlash at you if you do this.
Okay. I'm still gonna do it.
Okay, roll me an Arcana check.
19.
All right, you reach out and you pour your magical energy into the rift, and there's a rumbling from within it, and you are hit with a wall of flame that pushes you back. You take 4 points of fire damage
Okay.
and 3 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
but you watch the rift shrink.
Yes.
And from downstairs below you, you hear Toby cry out in pain.
Fuck yes.
Ozum laughs.
Of course he does. And then it is Toby's turn.
Oh god damn it.
Still blind. Toby is going to.
I think on his turn he can roll to see if he's not blind anymore.
I think it has to be at the end of his turn.
Oh, is it?
I
Might
think.
be. Let me double check.
He is going to let
Yeah,
out
you're right.
a water jet, a line of water 5 feet wide at you, Ozum.
Stay hydrated.
And
Stay
yeah,
thirsty, my friends.
you're gonna have to give me a DC or a dexterity saving throw.
I have advantage though. This is what we like. Oh no, just kidding. That's strength, not dex.
Oh. Yeah, keeps making me mad. I thought maybe your frenzy helped you.
You still have bardic inspiration, don't forget, in case you need it.
Yes, you are correct. I do. I'm gonna use that bardic inspiration.
Roll a D8.
Yeah, D8. Yes. That makes it a 16.
You just made it.
Thank God.
Or else you would have taken damage and been knocked prone.
And I already can't move, so.
Toby lets out this frustrated sound, moves back from you, and you can take an opportunity attack if you want, but
Yes,
it's not going to
please.
do you much good.
I have a
It might
pod.
make him feel better.
Make a swing.
I'm gonna scoop some more of him up with this
Okay.
pot, please. Thank you.
Okay.
With my
Metal.
with my metal pot
Here for it.
that I was initially planning on making all of my attacks this entire one shot with, but I decided to not be that dramatic. Oh wait, what should I roll for that?
Just roll. It's an improvised weapon. So a regular, like an unarmed attack, basically.
Oh, so my D.
You're a barbarian. You're good. So you're going to roll and then add +4.
Oh, with my D.
Oh, are you doing, what was your attack roll?
Oh, my attack roll is a 13.
13 does not hit. It swoops out of the way and then becomes a steam form.
Oh god
And
damn it.
the water inside the growler turns to steam and the growler jiggles, but it evaporates out of the towel and moves back into his form. So he regains
Whatever,
the
we
3
still
hit points you
captured
took
some of
out.
it. Still captured some of it.
Okay, and it is Fishlin's turn.
All right, let's do this. Let's close
So-
this rift.
You are going to have to step up to the rift. You know it will attack you when you do this. And
Yep.
I need you to roll an Arcana check for me.
Okay. 19.
19. Once again, you are hit. You see wall of dark fire come out of this. You take 4 points of fire damage. You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. You're pushed back But once again, the rift becomes small. It's barely there. And again, you hear Toby howl in pain from below you.
All right.
Ozum laughs again.
Do you have a bonus action you want to do?
With my bonus action, can I do a first level spell?
Nope.
All right.
Unless it's listed as a bonus action.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, then I'm hanging.
Alrighty. Mishka.
So based on what Misha might know about Arcana, Void Energy, whatever, would she get the feeling that...
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Toby also reached back.
his...
And once again, you watch tendrils come out. And he seemed to get just a little bit stronger at the end of his turn.
Did he pass his unblinding?
Oh, good question. No. He's still blinded. Very mad boy.
Okay, fuck Toby. Would Misha think that based on like what she knows about void energy and, you know, Arcana and light or whatever, that radiant damage might potentially weaken this thing?
You feel like this isn't something that you are attacking. This is something that you are putting a pure Arcana into. It is less interested in the element of it. It is more interested in just the pure magic of it and forcing this dark rift away.
Okay.
You also feel like it's very close to being sealed.
So she would, you need an Arcana check?
Roll me an Arcana check.
All right, I'm gonna use the large D20.
Yes, do it. Get the beefy boy.
$15?
Just does it. You watch as, again, there's a force blast that sears you around the edges. You take 3 points of fire damage and 12 points of bludgeoning damage as the death wallows of this dark rift that should not exist in this realm seals itself shut. The connection to Toby is severed. Below, you watch Toby howl in pain. Even through his smoky form, he drops to his knees and seems to shrink. And you feel like this did some very real damage to him. And player knowledge, his hit points were just cut in half.
Get fucked, Toby!
You cannot do this. I need it
Raid, by the way.
to live.
Yeah, we just got raided. Thank you,
Raided.
Raiders.
Thank you, Raiders.
Yay!
All right. Ozum.
Beefy Boy is going to initially start his turn by saying, it's calling out as loud as he possibly can. Cannot stress enough, we need to get out of the sky before we try to finish this. Please and thank you. To whoever can hear him, he's screaming this out.
In the distance, you hear a muffled little, I don't know what this guy's on about.
If we kill Toby, this whole place is going down.
I don't know where you got that idea. Things seem fine to me.
He's a himbo.
Whatever. Ozum is very adamant about this. He does not trust, because now that he knows that this is all connected.
You watch Toby falls to his knees and his form seems to shrink. And then he vanishes from sight.
Of course he does. What about the stuff in the jar?
That's gone too.
Oh, it's gone too? Okay.
Well, seems to be.
Seems
Hard
to
to
be.
tell.
There's still an initiative order though.
There is, and we're not out of combat. So the plan, because you said that the blanket that we initially used to try to stop him up
probably just hanging out on the floor right now, right?
Mhm.
So Ozum is going to pick up the wet blanket. I'm expecting it's still kind of damp, even
It's
though I
dry
know
because he absorbed it
it's
all.
dry.
Mhm.
All right, so he's gonna pull a little matador move and try to like sweep around to try to see if it will dispel anything. If Toby is still there, doesn't matter. We can't see him. Just gonna try to go for it and see if it pushes anything.
Where he had fallen, you definitely see a shape as it passes through. It seems like he's there, but he's invisible in his air form.
He's fucking air. God damn it. Okay. What can
He's
I
like,
do?
I can't see you. You can't see me.
Do you have a balloon?
I'm looking. I'm seeing what I got.
A DM gift, since we are running long, he is not immune to attacks in air form for whatever reason.
Hey, I was about to say I think I'm just gonna go for it.
Just go for it. You are going to have to make your rolls at disadvantage because he is invisible.
I'm gonna use the whip.
Okay?
Gives me a little more.
Yeah. Yes, Daddy.
Right, so, yes, Daddy. God damn it, one nat 20, and I know disadvantage, so I have to pick a 1.
Oh no!
But I still have my second attack and my
You do?
melee attack. So I have to
You
make.
crack the whip and you somehow manage to smack yourself on your own butt.
He likes it. He lets out a little bit of a moan. It's fine.
He's into
He
it.
likes it. He's really into it. And he goes, "Oh, I shouldn't have liked that more as much as I did." And he just, okay, here's for the next set.
He has a -1 for confusion.
Shell, please. Shell going, Daddy, yes. Chat. Another one.
Oh
The other cheek.
He goes, I really like this guy.
What is happening with
intentional at this
us?
point.
no! Dice jail.
I don't have any other dice.
There's your
They were
problem.
doing so well before.
Yeah,
Ah.
It's already a 1. He gets another 1.
Ozum just like spends a little quality time with himself and we're on to Atala.
All right, I'm gonna try to close the gap.
Oh.
Again.
Rift is closed. You can come
Oh, it's
down the
closed?
stairs.
Okay, we can come down
Rift
and we.
is closed.
Cool. So then I'm just gonna go back down the stairs and I'll just blast the air. No, I'm not because I don't know where it is, so I can't really do that.
I will
Can I?
say that even though Ozum is doing something that doesn't seem appropriate to do in public, you kind of get the idea of where he's aiming.
Where is
So
Amy?
I'll let you roll at disadvantage.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. All right.
I want this fight to finish.
I know, right?
I don't know why I had to go invisible right now.
14. So 20 hit. Does 20 hit?
That'll do.
Okay. And then
Avenge me in my ass.
trying. Although it was pretty good distracting show, so I don't know how focused I am right now. 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
8 damage.
Yeah.
Can't see anything, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
But you definitely know you hit. You watch the kind of air come off of the Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do.
Mishka.
Misha's gonna cast Fairy Fire right in front of
Beautiful.
Ozum.
I have to do a dex save.
So each creature in the area is also outlined in light if it fails a dexterity saving throw. Yes.
And what's the check?
16.
That was
I
a
have to do
natural
this too.
17 plus 5.
Do I have to do
Good
this too?
spot.
Damn it.
This one's not going to dice jail. Maybe it should. Maybe I should be rolling the bad ones right now. Bad ones are coming back out.
I don't think she has anything useful.
We're running out of options.
Oh wait, if we're back at the is he still invisible?
Even though the
Something got messed up. So wait, it was Atala. I'm sorry, Atala went, and then it was Toby.
yeah.
Yeah.
I messed that up. Okay.
Okay.
No. Toby lashes out. Which do at he's actually gonna take it at Atala since just blasted him. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
What?
As he blasts air at you and tosses you, tries to throw you back up the stairs.
Ah. 1.
So you are pushed away, you trip over the stairs, you actually are blasted hard enough that you roll up a little bit, and you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Wow.
That didn't feel good.
Ouch. No, it did not.
And you watch Toby's form shift again, and he is once again back in his fire form. And natural one, he does not recover from blindness.
Good spell.
Okay,
Misha's
This
feeling
one.
real proud of herself right now.
good job. Thistlin,
So the rift is closed, right?
the rift is closed. The
Okay.
room is quiet.
Okay.
You've got Atala kind of sprawled in the staircase. So if you'd like to re-enter the room, I am going to have you, it's just going to be part of your movement, but just make me a dex to see if you can get around her.
How bad does she look beaten up comparative to myself? I'm like at 28 hit points. Like, how's she looking?
She's at 11.
All right. I'm gonna cure wounds on her.
Thank you.
Has Grimble given us a status update as to where we are on the map?
What is?
We're just exiting the suburbs, but slow going. I can't make her go any faster.
That's fine. Just wanted to know how far out we are.
We're higher up than we were, though. I can really control the elevation nicely.
I don't like that.
So you get 12 back.
Thank you.
Do you want to stay up there, or do you want to try to re-enter the room?
Well, if she's able to move now that she's a little bit better, I'll kind of get closer to the room. I won't
Okay.
enter the room. I kind of want to.
You're
I
just hanging
heard
in the
whip
staircase.
cracking and moans, so I. What's going on down
Yeah,
here?
it's a siren's song.
A good time. A good time.
And anything for bonus action?
No, not the moment.
Cool. Then we are on to Mishka. I'm giving you your fairy fire back since he's no longer invisible.
Oh, is he not?
No, because I had you go out of order because DM messed up because it's almost 1.
Okay, so he's not invisible anymore.
He's not invisible. You didn't cast fairy fire. You can take that spell slot back.
Okay. She's gonna.
So I assume you're going to use your movement to come back into the room to kind of see what's going on. You've got wings.
Yes.
You can kind of dodge your way down the staircase nicely.
How close can she get, if at all, to Mr. Toby?
I mean, you could get within probably 10 or 15 feet of him,
Okay.
and he is not looking good. His flames are kind of guttering out occasionally. He's breathing really heavily. No, I've worked so hard for so long.
Yeah, I think she's gonna chill touch him again. Still going for the throat.
Roll it.
15?
15 hits.
Beautiful. Nice. 11.
How do you want to do this?
I think she's just gonna very aggressively like extend this like ghostly skeletal hand, and she's got like fangs bared. She's kind of like almost pissed off that she's not physically doing this herself, but just around the throat as hard as she possibly can with her tiny little hands.
And he actually reaches towards you with these long, flame-licked fingers that are kind of guttering out. No, no. And then he just crumbles to ash before you all. And just a moment later, that far wall also crumbles.
I knew
All of the
it!
stone falls away, and behind it, you see a portrait that looks very much like the portrait you have, except this one is clean shaven with longer hair, and her robes are definitely more feminine. And she says, "Oh, Toby, oh, my sweet Toby, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you all for saving him from himself."
Can I get the other portrait and bring it?
And
So they can hang out together for eternity?
Aren't they the same person? Can you like reform to become?
he looks at this portrait. Hate this. And she kind of shakes her head and says, "No, it's all right. You and I have been through a lot, and you're not where I am yet. And that's okay. We'll be there in time. It's all right." And
So what's controlling the tower now?
A gnome.
you assume
No.
Gimbal.
Yeah. Nimble Gimble.
So, to wrap this up, yes, Gimbal has full control of the tower. Toby is a liar who is trying to sustain his own life. Gimbal guides the tower to a safe place, lowers a rope ladder, and you are all able to go down and be met with a hero's welcome. You are indeed each given 500 gold pieces. I would like each of you to roll me a D100.
Still want to blow it up.
Can you imagine what would happen if we had thrown Gimbal?
Right?
There are so many times Gimbal saved you that you don't even necessarily know.
I got 51.
Oh, I got a 52.
Hold up. Give me just a moment. Where is my... So, as you descend into the city, where is my thing? Lady Belfry meets you and gives a grand speech, which I'm going to spare you all because it's almost 1 a.m. And she says, in addition to 500 gold pieces each for your service to the city of Neverwinter. Who rolled a 51? I bequeath you, Lady Italia, this Ioun Stone of Awareness, a rare magical item from our vaults.
She
Who rolled next?
Accepts.
Who rolled next?
Oh, I had a 52.
And to you, this Ioun Stone of Protection, to keep you safe in your future journeys.
I thank you.
Ozum?
47.
To you, I offer this Horn of Blasting, which is very fitting given the moans in that last.
Hey, I don't need this, but okay.
And
We'll make it work.
finally, little sister.
I shit you not. I rolled a 69.
Nice.
Beautiful. To you, I give this ring of resistance.
Resistance to what?
The ring of
Ropes.
resistance.
If you say poison, I'm gonna laugh.
Cracking?
Whip cracking.
It gives a +1 to all saving throws against elemental spells.
Toby.
To Toby. +1 resistance to Toby.
And with that, A grand feast and celebration is thrown to the heroes of Neverwinter.
Yay.
And we close our adventure tonight. Thank you all for watching. I'm so sorry it ran long.
Thank you.
Y'all really talked to Toby a lot. I should have pushed that sooner. That's my bad.
We really wanted to like understand Toby, and
I was
really
not going to let you escape the big boss fight. I was just not going to let it happen. Thank you so much to International Women Gaming for letting us play.
Thank you for being
hosting the
there.
stream. Thank you for my brilliant players. You were so much fun. You kept me on my toes.
Thank
Hey, you crushed it. Kay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you.
Incredible.
And thank you to
So
our
good.
viewers for making us
Wonderful.
laugh and calling us on our BS. Thank you. And thank you for the raid.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you so much. And
Thank
we will
you.
see you next time. Bye.
Thank you all.